Chapter 191. For Zheng Tan, the days of facing the wall at home could be summed up in one word: boring. 2 days ago, he could go online to pass the time and watch the commercials he had filmed. Other than that, he could only sleep at home. Celestine came once, but in order to avoid being scolded by Jiao Ma, Celestine only went to Mao's place on the 3rd floor. Zheng Tan went to listen to them talk about the follow-up of the incident. The cat trainer was sentenced. Celestine didn't say the details, but Zheng Tan learned that the cat that had been beaten up by him was taken away by Ah Wu. It was said that the cat was very fierce and aggressive. Especially after it was beaten up by Zheng Tan, its temper became worse. Some people even suggested to Walnut that it should be euthanized directly, as it was too dangerous to let such a cat out. Later, Ah Wu said that as a reward for this incident, and also to solve the problem of boss, Walnut was happy to give the cat to Ah Wu. When the news that Ah Wu was not allowed to get close to Tsinghua University was released by Walnut himself, in order to lure the snake out of its hole. Obviously, his goal was achieved. No wonder Zheng Tan could see Gui Yuan at school during that time. After the incident subsided, no one knew where the person and the cat went. In general, Zheng Tan spent most of his time at home. For Zheng Tan, who liked to walk outside, it was very uncomfortable to hold it in. Every day, he lay on the balcony and looked outside sadly. Finally, one day a week later, after breakfast, when Jiao Ma took Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo out, Zheng Tan tried to follow behind them. As he walked, he looked at Jiao Ma's face. Little Pomelo glanced at Zheng Tan, pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Jiao Yuan grinned and snickered. Zheng Tan followed them all the way to the door on the 1st floor. When the 3 of them went out, Jiao Ma didn't say anything, so he shamelessly rushed out before the door closed. He then looked at Jiao Ma's expression. She did not look happy, but more than that, she looked helpless. Don't cause trouble and don't meddle in other people's business. If you encounter a thief in the future, don't rush up on your own. Catching thieves is the job of the police and dogs. Why would a cat like you rush up on your own? Jiao Ma was indeed frightened that night. Otherwise, she would not have been angry for so long. Although this was a reprimand, at the same time, it also meant that Jiao Ma had temporarily acquiesced to Zheng Tan going out. If it weren't for Jiao Ma watching, Zheng Tan would have jumped up and done a few somersaults in excitement. Somersaults were not difficult for cats. After sending little Pomelo to the affiliated primary school, Zheng Tan watched Mama Jiao and Jiao Yuan leave until they were out of sight. Then, he ran to the lawn at the side, jumping up and down. For the past week, he felt like his whole body was going to rust. He had been holding it in for so long, but now that he was running, he felt much better. After flirting with a few gray magpies, Zheng Tan walked along the flower bed. When he arrived at the teacher activity center, he heard a familiar voice. Zheng Tan jumped onto a windowsill and looked inside. He saw the B*TCH bird standing on a towel rack, swaying its head and singing kunku opera with the retired teachers. No wonder this bird's accent was weird and it always sang opera. It was learning from these old men and women. De Pang's grandmother was also inside. De Pang was squatting next to her. General would occasionally run up to her and flirt with her, but he would be slapped away. Zheng Tan did not understand the opera and was not interested in it. He didn't go too far in the morning. He walked around the school and decided to go outside in the afternoon. Some people wanted to go further after being locked up for a long time. Zheng Tan belonged to this category. He chose the old street where Jiao Yuan School was located. The furthest he walked along this road was around Uncle Lame's house. Today, Zheng Tan decided to go further. The pace of the city's construction was speeding up. After not seeing it for a while, Zheng Tan felt that there were some changes. When he arrived at Uncle Lame's old neighborhood, Zheng Tan thought for a moment. He jumped over the wall and came to the front of the building. Swish, at the familiar window, the window was pulled open. An unfamiliar face appeared and there was some conversation. There were also some potted plants on the balcony, not the cardboard boxes from before. This place must have been sold to someone else. Since he didn't know anyone, Zheng Tan didn't stay any longer. He walked out of the neighborhood and walked forward according to his plan. The further he walked, the more obvious the difference between the old street and the old street. Whether it was the shops or the wall, there was a vitality of the new era. When there was no wall, Zheng Tan walked along the side. Occasionally, people would look at him, but most people were in a hurry and didn't bother to pay attention to a cat that didn't look special. After walking for a while, Zheng Tan saw a bridge in front of him. There were a lot of pedestrians on both sides of the street. There was no path that satisfied Zheng Tan, so Zheng Tan didn't want to go any further. However, he didn't want to turn around and go back immediately, so he decided to walk on the bridge. Ignoring the sounds of cats around him, Zheng Tan walked up the stairs by himself. There were fruit sellers at the corner of the stairs. Some people were bargaining. When he came to the bridge, Zheng Tan looked around. It was quite rich. Other than a few fruit sellers, there were also people selling cakes and small toys. Were there no law enforcement officers here? Standing on the bridge, there was an endless stream of traffic below him. On one side of the bridge, there was a street full of old buildings. Many of the buildings would be marked with the word demolished. On the other side, there was a more colorful and prosperous world. The tall modern buildings showed the atmosphere of a metropolis. Looking away, Zheng Tan looked around the bridge. Finally, his eyes fell on the middle of the bridge. There was an old man with white hair, wearing old grayish-blue clothes, sitting on a simple folding stool. His back was leaning against the railing. Next to him was a cane for the blind. Above his head was a large black umbrella. The handle of the umbrella was open to block the sun. The handle of the umbrella was tied to the railing. The old man was holding an arrow in his arms. Next to his feet was a small wooden box. Inside the box were some coins and small bills. A performer? And a blind one? While Zheng Tan was looking around, the people around him were also looking at the black cat curiously. They had been selling things on the bridge for some time. This was the first time they saw a cat walking up alone. It didn't seem to be afraid of people at all. It was very calm and didn't pay attention to the teasing of passers-by. Originally, some people were just looking at the black cat curiously. Then they started to call out to the passers-by who wanted to buy things. However, when they saw the black cat walking towards the blind old man in the middle, some people couldn't help but stop shouting and pay attention to the old man. Zheng Tan was purely curious. He had heard some things from Mao and the others. For example, there were some popular scammers. Many people pretended to be blind and pitiful to gain sympathy from people. The money they earned in a day was not necessarily less than some office workers. However, this old man didn't beg for money from passers-by. Second, he didn't write on the ground or write on the cushion to make people sympathize with him. Third, Zheng Tan felt that this person was a bit strange, but he couldn't tell what was strange. Was this person really blind? Zheng Tan walked closer and stopped half a meter away from the old man. He squatted and tilted his head to look at the man who was sitting there with his eyes closed as if he had fallen asleep. After waiting for 2 minutes, he found that the old man had no intention of opening his eyes. His eyes fell on the open wooden box at the old man's feet. Zheng Tan got up and walked over. He looked at the coins in the wooden box, then looked at the old man who was leaning against the railing with his eyes closed. Then he looked at the box again. Then he raised his paw and fished around. He bent his paw and hooked a coin up and put it down again. The coin fell and made a ding sound when it touched other coins. When Zheng Tan put the coin in the box, he paid attention to the old man. When the coin made a ding sound, he noticed that the old man's ears moved. Among the people that Zheng Tan had met, there weren't many who could move their ears. It was rare to see someone who could move their ears. Zheng Tan's bad taste after a week of holding back at home came back again. Anyway, as long as he didn't go too far, the people around him would only think that a cat was curious about the coins in the box but couldn't fish them out. They wouldn't think too much about it. He fished up another coin. Just as he was about to fish it out of the wooden box, he loosened his paw and made another ding sound. The old man's ears moved again. He fished it up again and loosened his paw. Ding! The old man's ears moved again. After repeating it a few times, Zheng Tan became impatient. Why didn't this old man open his eyes? Even if there was something wrong with his eyes and he couldn't open them, could he not speak? Or could it be that this old man couldn't see or speak? Even if he couldn't see or speak, at least he still had his hearing. Looking at the situation just now, this old man's hearing shouldn't be too bad. He didn't react at all when he heard that his money box was being moved. There wasn't even any change in his expression. He was way too calm. Thinking back to when he was performing outside with Third Master Fang, although it was embarrassing, Zheng Tan would definitely beat up anyone who touched the money box. But this old man? He squatted down and thought for a while, the tip of his tail wagging rhythmically. Then, Zheng Tan set his gaze on the half bottle of mineral water next to the folding stool. He walked over, raised his paw, and pushed. This was a bad habit that Zheng Tan had picked up after staying with the sheriff and Huang for a long time. After the half bottle of mineral water fell, it rolled away in the direction away from the old man. The old man could touch the bottle with his hand down, but now it was difficult for him to touch it. After all, he was blind. The people around who saw this scene all had the same thought in their hearts: this cat's character is really F***king bad. Zheng Tan didn't care about what others thought. Looking at the person who was still sitting there, he cursed in his heart, this person is just a block of wood, right? Other than moving his ears, what else can he do? Boring. After harassing for a long time, there was no response. Zheng Tan rolled back the half bottle of mineral water that had rolled away. Although he didn't make the bottle stand up, he still pushed it in the same place, where the old man could touch it with his hand down. Just as he was about to leave, Zheng Tan noticed that the beard on the old man's chin was quite long. When the wind blew, it swayed on both sides. Thinking that the old man didn't respond for a long time, Zheng Tan's bad taste rose again. He jumped up and stretched out his paw to touch the old man's long beard. Then, there was still no response. Zheng Tan felt that if those naughty kids were to grab his beard, he would definitely be angry and flip out. He really didn't know how the old man could tolerate it. If the old man could give some other reaction other than moving his ears, Zheng Tan wouldn't be interested in teasing him. But the old man just couldn't sit still, which made Zheng Tan stubborn, persevering to grab his beard again and again. Not far away, the dark-skinned uncle who was buying mangoes saw this situation and opened his mouth wide, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. He even forgot to reply to the passerby who asked for the price. He sighed in his heart, this cat must be looking for trouble. Zheng Tan was busy making the old man angry, so he didn't notice the change in the faces of the stall owners around him. Chapter 192. Recently, Jin had reached a bottleneck in his creation and was in a very bad state. His teammates suggested that he go out for a walk. Maybe he would get some inspiration, but he should not be impatient and should not be too burdened. He should maintain his passion for music. Therefore, when he was not performing, Jin would walk around Chu Hua with his guitar on his back. During this time, Jin played in the underground passages and some squares. He also slept in the park at night. It was as if he had returned to the time when he was a vagabond singer. His impatient mood gradually calmed down. Today, Jin had originally planned to sing in the central square. In fact, there were some talented young people performing in many large squares in Chu Hua at night. In the past 2 days, Jin had met many of them in the other 2 places, and he had gained a lot during the exchange. However, Jin did not expect to meet Zheng Tan here. Jin was grateful to Zheng Tan, and he also had some awe that he could not explain. Sometimes, Jin felt that it was incredible that a cat could have such a great impact on him and the band. If there was no black cat, where would he and his teammates go? He did not dare to imagine that he had almost given up at that time. Therefore, Jin and his teammates had always been grateful to this cat, which could be seen from their black cat team badges. Speaking of awe, perhaps this was the only famous cat that Jin had ever met. After all, this was a cat that even Yi Hao, the big boss of the night building, dared to show displeasure to him. Jin did not know where Zheng Tan lived. In fact, he did not even know Zheng Tan's background. He only knew that this cat was very familiar with several big shots, and that every time he went to the night building, he would go with several big shots. Therefore, when he first saw Zheng Tan, Jin was not sure. However, after looking at him for a while, he matched the famous cat with the black cat in front of him. Perhaps, there was no other cat that dared to bully a blind old man in such a place in such an atmosphere. Black charcoal! Jin shouted. He was very happy to see Zheng Tan. This was their band's lucky star. Zheng Tan had just plucked a strand of the old man's beard when he saw the old man's face twitch. There was no other reaction. Zheng Tan was about to pluck 2 more strands to see how long the old man could endure when he suddenly heard someone calling his name. Idiot! Why did he call her by her name? Zheng Tan cursed in his heart. When doing bad things, the biggest taboo was to expose one's true identity. Originally, this was Zheng Tan's first time here, and no one knew who Zheng Tan was. Who would be able to find him if he took a stroll and left with his tail wagging? But now, Jin directly called out his name. Zheng Tan hesitated. Should he pretend that he had been mistaken for someone else? As he was thinking, Zheng Tan looked up at the old man sitting there and found that the old man had opened his eyes. His eyeballs were turbid gray and white, and he was looking at where Zheng Tan was. Zheng Tan was so scared that he jumped back reflexively. It was not that Zheng Tan was timid, but it was too sudden. The old man had not opened his eyes for so long, but now he suddenly opened them. However, he was really blind. Not only did the old man open his eyes, but he also moved. As soon as the old man moved, Jin hurried over, afraid that the old man would hit Zheng Tan with his cane. The other people who had set up stalls around were also thinking about how the old man would deal with the cat. Although the old man usually did not talk much, did not communicate with others, and did not argue with anyone, that was because no one provoked him. The current situation was that the cat was courting death. Even Zheng Tan thought that the old man would teach him a lesson. The cat still had a strand of beard in its claws. So he was ready to slip away. Unexpectedly, the old man moved, adjusted his sitting position, and began to play the arrow. Zheng Tan had seen the old woman in Jiao Pa's hometown play the arrow. Now that he heard the old man play it, he felt that he should not be inferior to the old woman. Moreover, the old man was blind. It was too rare. At the same time, Zheng Tan had to admit that the old man had a good temper. He was still in the mood to play the arrow even though he was pulling his beard. Although Jin did not know much about the arrow, he was very sensitive to music. Jin felt that the old man did not seem to be angry. Instead, he sounded like he was in a good mood. There were many people who played the arrow, and most of them had a sad and cold feeling. But now, the arrow tune played by the old man made people feel like they were on a sunset dam. Unknowingly, the tension just now had relaxed a lot. Jin judged the old man's mood by the arrow tune, while Zheng Tan felt whether the old man had any malicious intentions through his intuition. Since the old man was not going to pursue the matter, Zheng Tan could not continue to bully the blind man. Moreover, Jin was here. If he continued to cause trouble, more information would be inadvertently revealed by the idiot Jin. Since he did not intend to continue to bully the old man, Zheng Tan simply squatted beside him and listened to the old man play the arrow. Jin was not going to leave immediately. He stood beside Zheng Tan and leaned against the railing, listening to the old man play the arrow. Jin could see that the old man was an expert in playing the arrow. He was no worse than the teachers in the music academy. Listening to him for a while could also be good for his own composition. Another point was that Jin had heard a lot of arrow music, but he had never heard the song played by the old man. However, he was too embarrassed to interrupt and ask, so he stood quietly by the side and enjoyed it. The people who set up stalls around had long been used to the old man playing the arrow. Seeing that there was no fun to watch, they began to busy themselves with their own stalls. For them, a cat was not as attractive as money. Speaking of money, Zheng Tan now understood why the old man had so much money in his wooden box. If one played the arrow well, passers-by would be willing to listen to it and like it. In addition, they sympathized with the old man, so they would give some money. Although most of the money was small change, it was enough to earn a lot in a day. For an old man, it was more than enough for his living expenses, and there was still money left to enjoy other things. In fact, there were more people giving money today than usual, and part of it was because of Zheng Tan's cat. This was also the reason why some performers liked to take children or animals with them. When it was almost dark, Zheng Tan got up and was ready to go back to pick up little Pomelo. Black Charcoal, are you ready to go? Jin was immersed in the tune of the arrow. When the sound of the arrow stopped, he realized that the black cat, who had been squatting next to him, had walked to the side and was ready to go down the overpass. Carrying the guitar on his back, Jin was ready to follow Zheng Tan all the way. Anyway, he did not have an absolute destination now. Moreover, he was very curious about Zheng Tan's address. Where did this cat live? What kind of place did it live in? Why did it come here alone? Zheng Tan knew that Jin was following him, but he did not pay attention to him. When passing by a stall selling food, Jin stopped Zheng Tan. Black Charcoal, I'll treat you to chicken fillet. Jin remembered that this cat seemed to have a wide range of food. This was also a way to express his gratitude. It was rare to see Zheng Tan alone. In the past, when Jin saw Zheng Tan was with Celestine and Yi Hao, so Jin did not dare to interrupt. Speaking of meat, Zheng Tan was indeed a little hungry now. Anyway, he was not in a hurry. There was still half an hour before little Pomelo's school ended, so it was not too late to go back after eating. Seeing that Zheng Tan had stopped, Jin knew that this cat should have agreed, so he happily walked to the stall. 2 servings. Before he finished speaking, Jin froze. He dug in his pockets and patted his trouser pockets. After searching for a long time, he looked at Zheng Tan with a depressed face. Black Charcoal, have you seen my wallet and phone? Zheng Tan. Idiot. You don't even know that your phone and wallet have been stolen. On the other side, on the overpass, after Zheng Tan and Jin left, the old man did not play the arrow anymore. He just sat there quietly with his eyes closed, returning to his previous state. It was not until the sun set that the old man folded the low stool and put it in the wooden box with money. The wooden box was not big, but it was just enough to accommodate the folded low stool. The old man untied the big black umbrella tied to the railing and tidied up everything unhurriedly. Every movement was not fast, but very smooth. The people around were not surprised. If someone repeated the same thing every day, day after day, he could also do this. For a blind person, there was no difference between day and night, but the old man was very regular every day. He appeared with the morning sun and disappeared with the evening sun. Moreover, his position on the overpass was always fixed. No vendor who came to set up a stall on the overpass would take his place. There would even be an empty space around him. When there were many vendors, even if other places were crowded, there would be an empty space around the old man. If there were new vendors, they would be told by other vendors not to take up the space there. Moreover, after the old man left, the vendors on the overpass would pack up and leave as soon as possible even if their business was good. They had to change places to continue their business. If one day they came to the overpass and did not see the old man, they would not set up a stall there. Instead, they would choose to sell in other places until the old man appeared on the overpass again. This was a rule that the vendors on the overpass had learned for a long time. When the blind old man was there, no one would come to the overpass to drive them away. This was one of the reasons why everyone treated the blind old man with a special attitude. As for the other reason, these vendors had only heard about it. They had not seen it with their own eyes, so they could not make a conclusion. In any case, they would never offend the blind old man. Sometimes, they would give some fruits or other food to the blind old man. When they gave it to the blind old man, they did not look like they were giving alms. Instead, they were very careful. The old man held his cane and walked on the sidewalk unhurriedly. His pair of turbid black and white eyes did not open. If they were open, it would probably scare some people. The sky quickly darkened and the neon lights flashed. People who were ready to start their nightlife walked past the old man, chatting and laughing. They looked at the old man with sympathy and disdain. This was not directed at the old man, but at a blind person like the old man. Suddenly, a person rushed from behind, snatched the wooden box from the old man's hand, and ran away. This person walked past the overpass in the evening and saw the money in the old man's wooden box. At the time, there were too many people, so he did not take action. He did not care because he had more fat prey. Now that he saw it, it would be a waste if he did not take it. After all, there were a few hundred yuan inside. When the people around the old man saw this, most of them did not want to meddle. Some hot-blooded youths wanted to intervene, but in the blink of an eye, the person who snatched the box disappeared into the crowd. They could only sympathize with the blind old man. Unlike the people around him, the old man's face was very calm. He did not show any anger or sadness because the box was snatched. He only paused when the box was snatched and then continued to walk forward, as if he did not hear the discussion around him. After walking for a while, he turned into a narrow and long alley with few lights. The noise of the city at night seemed to suddenly disappear. It was like a different world from the bustling street outside the alley. The old man still walked forward unhurriedly. Not far ahead, there was a person sitting next to him. After seeing the old man, that person immediately got up and rushed over, kneeling in front of the old man. This person was the one who snatched the old man's wooden box. At the moment, he looked very embarrassed. He was beaten black and blue, and there were probably other injuries on his body. After kneeling in front of the old man, he lifted the old man's wooden box with both hands. He was shaking like a sieve, and even his voice was trembling badly. Little newcomer. I don't know. The old man did not stop because of the person in front of him. His face was still calm, and he did not say a word. He reached out to take the box and continued to walk forward, leaving the person who was kneeling on the ground and had not finished speaking. Chapter 193. The next day, when Zheng Tan went to Jiao Wei's small restaurant for lunch, he saw Ah Jin standing under a tree at the door. Yesterday, Ah Jin had lost his mobile phone and wallet, but he didn't immediately contact his acquaintances. Later, Zheng Tan took him directly to Jiao Wei's restaurant. Jiao Wei's mother's enthusiastic attitude made Ah Jin feel very embarrassed. He wanted to write a note or something, but Jiao Wei's mother said, "Black charcoal brought you here. Why do you still need to pay? This meal is on me." Now, Jiao Wei's mother was more or less certain about some things. She also heard something from Jiao Wei. Her attitude towards Zheng Tan was completely different from the attitude towards the cats in her hometown. After doing business for so many years, she had a bit of insight. Ah Jin didn't seem to be a bad person. Besides, a meal for one person was only about 10 yuan. There was no need to be so calculative. It was also good to borrow good karma. After eating in the restaurant last night, Ah Jin carried his guitar and went to the central square. In fact, if Zheng Tan hadn't brought him here, he would have gone to the square to sing first. When he had some money in the evening, he would have filled his stomach. At noon today, Jiao Wei's mother had just finished washing vegetables and was sitting at the door to rest. When school was over, there were more and more people. She had been busy until 1 o'clock, so she took the time to rest. She didn't expect to see Jin. Jin came to eat. This time, he paid for it himself. He also used the money he earned last night to buy some fruits as a thank you gift. After spending the money, he didn't have much left. He planned to save it for the bus fare. If it was really difficult, he planned to take a taxi back to get some money. He had to be glad that he didn't bring his ID card or bank card when he came out. There was only 2,000 yuan in his wallet. It was not a big deal to lose the money, but it was more troublesome to lose the card and certificate. When Jin came over at noon, he met Mao, who came to the restaurant to get food. He had seen Mao twice and knew that this person was very familiar with Celestine. Now, Mao often went to the night building with Qin Tao and the others. Celestine had also told him about Jin's band. He also went to listen to a few performances and knew Jin. Even if he was not sure, looking at the cat necklace hanging around Jin's neck, he would know. Now that the weather was getting warmer, Mao did not sleep in. Every day at this time, he would come over to get dinner. He specially went to the supermarket to buy 2 insulated boxes. He handed over the empty lunch box in his hand and took the lunch box from Jiao Wei's mother. He put it aside and was not in a hurry to leave. He sat down and chatted with Jin for a while. Hearing that Jin had lost his wallet and mobile phone, Mao expressed his thoughts. There were indeed many thieves on the road now, especially around the school and the commercial street. Jin's situation was not uncommon. "Do you want me to lend you some?" Mao said casually. Jin carefully refused. The last time he saw Mao, this person was with a few playboys. He guessed that Mao was a playboy himself. If this type of person spoke inappropriately, it might cause disgust. Oh. Mao did not care about being rejected. "I'm just saying. I didn't bring any money when I went out." Jin was speechless. "But..." Mao stretched. "If you are familiar with that cat, you won't starve to death if you hold on to its leg." After saying that, Mao got up and left with the lunch box. He did not meet Zheng Tan and the others who came later. Although Mao's last sentence sounded like a joke and sounded ridiculous to others, Jin knew that it was the truth. Now that he saw the attitude of the owner and the landlady of the small restaurant towards Zheng Tan, Jin could not help but sigh in his heart. This person was not as good as a cat. Look at him, he was so respected. Yesterday, Zheng Tan left Jin alone in the restaurant and went to pick up little Pomelo. He did not expect to see Jin at noon when he came over. Jin said goodbye to Zheng Tan and left the restaurant. He did not disturb Zheng Tan and the others who were eating lunch. He was going to walk around Tsinghua University. He had never been to a university, so it was good to walk around this famous school. It was rare for him to come here. In the afternoon, when Zheng Tan was about to go out for a walk, he met Jin, who was strolling around the school. Jin also suggested that Zheng Tan show him around the campus. However, Zheng Tan decided to try the blind old man on the overpass again today, so he ignored Jin's words. Seeing that Zheng Tan did not respond, Jin thought that the cat did not understand his words. However, when he saw Zheng Tan walking out, he thought for a while and followed him. Therefore, the man and the cat went to the overpass again. After getting on the overpass, to Jin's surprise, not far from the blind old man, next to the railing, were the wallet and mobile phone that he had lost yesterday. He asked a man who was selling mangoes with a basket and learned that the mobile phone and wallet were put there by the blind old man when he came over this morning. Jin opened the wallet and looked at it. Not a penny was missing. The mobile phone was turned off. After it was turned on, all the functions were intact, and the address book was not cleared. Jean was not the only one who was shocked. Zheng Tan was also shocked. Could this old man really be a big shot? He had learned some things from Celestine and Yi Hao when they were chatting. Without any means, it was impossible to find the lost things so easily. However, what made Zheng Tan puzzled was that didn't they say that big shots had bad tempers? Why wasn't this old man like that? He had pulled his beard yesterday, but he did not see any reaction from the old man. After that, no one came to find trouble with him. When Zheng Tan and Jean came over, the old man was playing the arrow. The song was different from yesterday's. When Jean listened to it, there was neither a sense of sadness nor the style of the song from yesterday's afternoon. Instead, it made people feel very calm and strange. At this time, the weather and environment should make people feel tired or irritated. Of course, for Zheng Tan, who did not know how to appreciate it, it was a different story. He still felt what he should feel. Jean did not interrupt the old man. He was going to wait for the old man to finish playing the song before thanking him. He walked to the side and leaned against the railing to listen to the old man play the arrow. Jean admired this blind old man. Although Jean thought that he had honed some skills, it was obviously not enough. If he played and sang here by himself, he would inevitably be affected by the ear-piercing beeping of the cars coming and going under the overpass. Some impatient drivers would frequently honk or press the horn for a long time. Those who did not have such a mentality would probably be blocked by the horn after singing the first line while playing and singing. To put it simply, it was just a matter of mentality. However, it was not easy to do what the blind old man did. It was very difficult to maintain one's original state of mind and calm down. Of course, even if he could withstand the noisy horns under the overpass, Jean would not play the guitar here. Although he did not quite understand why the surrounding peddlers treated the old man specially, he would not steal business here. This time, Jean would not play here because of the old man's return of his wallet and mobile phone. Zheng Tan did not know how to appreciate music. He walked to the old man and looked up to observe the old man's expression. It was still the same as yesterday. His eyes were closed, and there was no emotion on his face. Therefore, the long beard that swayed with the breeze was relatively conspicuous. However, after all, he had some scruples. Zheng Tan decided to wait and see first. He did not pull out the beard for the time being. He squatted next to the wooden box that was already filled with some coins and change. Since he had nothing to do, he began to count how much the old man had earned today. While he was counting the money with his head down, a shadow suddenly shrouded him. Zheng Tan looked up at the person standing in front of him. To be exact, the person was standing in front of the old man. His expression was slightly exaggerated and arrogant. Beside him was a young woman who was wearing revealing clothes and had an eye-catching figure. Some of the surrounding people's eyes fell on the woman's towering chest and her pair of long white legs. "Good job," the man said. Then he took out his wallet and took out a brand new 100 yuan note from it and threw it casually. Zheng Tan looked at the money that fell on the ground. It was not half a meter away from the wooden box, but it was at least 40 centimeters, right? He looked up at the man in front of him again. The man did not seem to have any intention of picking up the money and putting it into the wooden box. Instead, he was waiting expectantly, probably to see who would come to pick up the money at this time. This kind of behavior was insulting. Some of the people who saw this scene planned to watch a good show. Although some of them could not stand it, they did not do anything. They did not want to offend this kind of person who was obviously not short of money. Jean looked and wondered if he should come forward. Anyway, he had encountered this kind of shameful thing when he was a vagrant singer, so he was somewhat immune to it. However, when Jean took a step forward, he saw the black cat squatting next to the wooden box walk over and pull back the brand new 100 yuan note that was about to be blown away by the wind. Then it put it into the wooden box with its two front paws. After putting it in, it stretched out its paws and pushed the coin on top of the note to prevent it from being blown away by the wind. During the whole process, in addition to paying attention to the development of the matter in front of him, Ajin also felt that there was a slight change in the song played by the blind old man. It changed from calm to austere, and then to gratification. However, when he listened to it again, Ajin felt that there was no difference from before. Could the same song have such a change? Ajin was doubtful. He did not know if it was an illusion. From the time the man in front of him threw the money to now, the old man did not stop playing the eru, as if he did not know all this. The man did not expect such a scene. He took out another 100 yuan note from his wallet and threw it on the ground. Zheng Tan continued to repeat the previous action. After putting the money into the wooden box, Zheng Tan looked at the man in front of him. If you dare to throw it, I will dare to pick it up. Anyway, I am just a cat now. I am not afraid of being embarrassed. Moreover, the old man's harvest today was not good. Although he did not count the money, Zheng Tan roughly estimated that there were about 80 yuan. The man in front of him threw 100 yuan. It would be a waste if he did not pick it up. Zheng Tan had seen a lot of people like him who were stupid but had a lot of money. Zheng Tan used to do such stupid things. Now that he thought about it, he could not bear to look back on the past. After the man threw 500 yuan bills, the woman next to him finally couldn't take it anymore. She tugged and whispered a few words in his ear. Only then did the man put his wallet back into his pocket with a face full of displeasure and hurriedly left. It was unknown who started to laugh, but the surrounding peddlers all started to laugh. Hey, it's good to have a cat. Zheng Tan ignored the discussion around him. He looked back at the old man, but he still did not see any change in the old man's expression. When it was almost time, Zheng Tan left the overpass. Ajin followed him. He still had his wallet today. He bought the chicken fillet that he did not buy yesterday. Moreover, he was going to walk around Tsinghua University for the next 2 days. Today, when he was wandering around, he found some inspiration. Ajin did not want to waste it. Not long after Zheng Tan left, the old man stopped what he was doing. Then he sat quietly with the eru in his arms, waiting for the sunset to set. Hey, the old man seems to have pooped for a long time this afternoon, the mango seller whispered to the toy seller next to him. He is probably in a good mood. He earned more than 500 yuan in one afternoon, the toy seller said enviously. Chapter 194. He felt that it was not easy for Ajin to find inspiration while carrying a guitar. When Zheng Tan met Ajin on campus again, he took Ajin to the arched doorway formed by the bamboo. However, when they arrived, there was already someone sitting there playing a guitar. Zheng Tan looked at the person. The person was slightly plump, and there was an eggplant printed on his t-shirt. His face looked quite tender, and he was probably a freshman. Seeing Ajin carrying a guitar, the person called Ajin over to talk. When his gaze fell on Zheng Tan, the person's face stiffened, but he did not say anything. Zheng Tan, who was about to walk away, thought for a moment, then walked to the side and jumped onto a tree to listen to the conversation between the two. This person was called Zhang Qian, and those who knew him called him Eggplant. He was a freshman in the school's guitar association. The Guitar Association held a school performance in May and October every year, but not everyone had the chance to go on stage. Recently, the association was selecting people to go on stage. Zhang Qian planned to practice more and strive for the opportunity to perform on stage. However, compared to Ajin, Zhang Qian was still a little inexperienced in playing the guitar. "Brother, you're not bad," Zhang Qian praised. He was a little regretful when he heard that Ajin was not from his school. Otherwise, he could have joined the association. He also heard that Ajin had played in the square and the underground passage. With a face full of admiration, he said, "In the past, every time I saw those street artists playing the guitar, I couldn't help but want to stay beside them. My classmates even thought that I was embarrassing. Speaking of which, most of those people played quite well, and the sound in the underground passage was especially good. After sighing with emotion, Zhang Qian talked about his guitar history. At first, I couldn't hold the strings, but after the callus, it was much better. The process was still a little painful, but men can't be afraid of pain. Be more ruthless to yourself. If you don't practice like this, you won't be able to play the guitar. Zhang Qian raised his hand to show off the callus he had painstakingly practiced. Zheng Tan glanced over. This little fatty was really easy to satisfy. After a while, Zhang Qian and Jin exchanged phone numbers and asked Jin to come to Tsinghua University next week when he was free. When the time came, he would take Jin to see the Guitar Association's performance. After taking Jin around the campus, Zheng Tan left him alone and went out to have fun. 3 days later, when Zheng Tan thought that Jin had left Tsinghua University, he saw him again. Zheng Tan did not go out for a walk that day because the sheriff and Huang were rarely let out. De Pang was also chased out by his grandmother so that it could exercise more. Thus, the 4 cats walked and stopped until they reached the old tile-roofed housing area. Zheng Tan thought that he could find a quiet place with some shade and take a nap on the roof. He didn't expect to hear the sound of an electric guitar before he even got close. The sheriff's ears twitched. He wanted to turn around and leave, but he saw that Zheng Tan was still walking in that direction. The other 2 didn't leave either, so he followed. Zheng Tan was curious as to when this noisy elemental had arrived and wanted to see what was going on. There was a tile-roofed room that was used to store sundries. There were more than 10 students inside, and the sound came from this tile-roofed room. The other 3 stopped not far away. Only Zheng Tan approached, jumped on the windowsill, and looked inside. The window was open, and Zheng Tan was standing near a big table. There was a pot of flowers on the table, which just blocked Zheng Tan. The people inside did not notice him, nor did they have the mind to. They were all staring at the 2 people in the middle of the room. There was a guitar on the table by the window. There was no one in front of the table, so Zheng Tan could see the situation in the room. 2 young people were standing in the middle of the room, and one of them was Jin. The other person was wearing a black vest and had dyed yellow hair. His hair was still a little long and was tied into a small braid. The 2 of them were playing the electric guitar. Zheng Tan did not know what it felt like to play the electric guitar, but seeing that the 2 of them were sweating, he guessed that it was not easy. The people around them, including Zhang Qian, whom Zheng Tan had seen before, were all excited. They were so excited that their faces were flushed red, as if they were trying their best to endure something. Some of them were even gesturing with their hands unconsciously. When the 2 of them finally stopped, the people standing at the side started to talk, and a few of them even screamed. Sure enough, outsiders could only watch the show. Although Zheng Tan felt that the 2 of them were very good at playing the guitar, he was not as excited as the others. However, the 2 of them were really King fast when playing the guitar. "President, it's him, right?" a tall girl with a ponytail said. The braided man in the vest who had played the guitar with Jin nodded. He said a few more words to Jin and received a call. He asked Jin, Zhang Qian, and 2 other people to stay here and help look after things. They had to leave for a while. The original training place of the Guitar Association was being renovated by the school, so they had to move temporarily. They applied to the school for a house in the old tiled housing area as a temporary gathering place. When the time came, they would move back when the renovation was done. Listening to the 4 people who stayed in the room, Zheng Tan found out that it was about the performance of the Guitar Association next week. The opening song they had prepared was a double guitar canon. Unfortunately, the guitarist who had worked with the president of the association had injured his fingers and had to be replaced. However, the association could not find a satisfactory candidate, so they had to settle for the next best thing, which was to find external help. Zhang Qian contacted Jin. 7 external help from other schools' Guitar Association and Jin had been selected. After a while of playing the guitar, the decision-makers of the association had finally decided on Jin. Hearing that Jin had been chosen, Zhang Qian was very happy. In contrast, Jin was much calmer. He knew that this would be the result after listening to the others play. Those who could stay in the night building to perform were basically professionals, and their skills were not good. After being in the night building for so long, they were better than most people in the school. In fact, Jin did not immediately agree to come and try. After all, once he decided, he had to come often to train before the performance. In addition, there were several important performances in the night building, so time was very tight. After thinking for a long time, he decided to come. Now, he did not regret agreeing to come. After stepping into this complicated society and jumping into this big dye vat, it was difficult to stay out of it. Especially during these days of working in the night building, Jin understood the difficulties. He had seen some of the filth behind the glamour of the circle, but after getting used to it, he found that pure passion was missing. And here, he found the purity that he had lost. The four people in the room were still talking about some things related to the guitar with great interest. Zheng Tan did not understand what they were talking about. Zheng Tan had not seen the part of playing the guitar that Zhang Qian had mentioned. Therefore, Zheng Tan was really not interested in the content of these people's conversation. Just as he was about to get down from the windowsill and find another place to sleep, Zheng Tan found that the sheriff and Huang had both come over. It was probably because there was no one playing the guitar now that they had the courage to come closer. They jumped on the windowsill and looked inside the room curiously. De Pang looked at the three cats on the windowsill, yawned lazily, then slowly walked over and jumped on the windowsill. The four cats squatted side by side on the windowsill, and the people inside immediately noticed them. The one with the biggest reaction was Zhang Qian. When this guy saw the four cats, his first reaction was to immediately grab the cup on the table and put it into his arms. The three people, including Jin, were very surprised by Zhang Qian's behavior. "Why are you reacting like this, eggplant?" one of them asked. Zhang Qian pouted at the four cats on the windowsill. The painful experience of military training. The two people said, "Oh." Seeing that Jin was still confused, they told him the interesting story during the military training. During the military training, Zhang Qian's square formation was not far from Jiao Wei and the others. Zhang Qian was also one of the victims of the incident where the sheriff and Huang pushed the cup. Zhang Qian's favorite kettle was pushed down the stairs by Huang, and a large piece of paint fell off. Zhang Qian was so distressed that he lost 2 pounds. While the two people were talking, the sheriff, who had been locked up at home for so long, was full of energy and had even more cheap hands. He stepped on the big table from the windowsill and came to the guitar placed there. The three people in the room looked at Jin. The guitar was Jin's. He had played it when he came to this tile-roofed house. After that, he played the electric guitar, so he temporarily put the guitar here without putting it in a bag. He had 3 guitars, and this one was the cheapest among them. It was more common and was similar to the ones used by some students in the association. He did not dare to carry the expensive ones around, but even so, it did not mean that he did not care. However, looking at the black cat squatting on the windowsill, Jin hesitated for a moment. If Zheng Tan were not here, Jin would have rushed to protect the guitar. Zheng Tan did not stop the sheriff. He was more curious about what the sheriff would do next. The 4 people in the room did not make a sound. They all stared at the sheriff. For a moment, compared to the white-hot atmosphere of the electric guitar 10 minutes ago, it was really in line with the silence of the old tile-roofed house area. The sheriff tilted his head in front of the guitar and looked at it. His tail swayed slowly, and then he raised his paw to hook a metal string on the guitar. The sound of the metal string vibrating made the sheriff jump back with his back arched. After the sound quieted down, he boldly went up to the guitar again. He seemed to be addicted to playing and continued to raise his paw to hook the metal string. He did not press the string, and the sound was just an empty string sound. To Zheng Tan, it was pure noise. Moreover, the sheriff's behavior was just a toy that he found out of curiosity. It did not have any sense of music or art. To Zheng Tan's surprise, Jin did not stop the sheriff from destroying his guitar. Instead, he immediately put down the guitar score in his hand, took out a small notebook and pen from the guitar bag on his back, and began to write something. Perhaps it was because he had a good time playing the guitar with others, but Jin was now in a very good state. After he started writing, he had been immersed in his own creative world. Perhaps, the noise of the sheriff's playing also entered his creative world. Zhang Qian walked over to take a look, and then his mouth was wide open. He quietly walked back to his original place and sat down. He mouthed to the other two people, "Compose." Zheng Tan also saw Zhang Qian's mouth shape. Looking at the sheriff who was playing the guitar and making noise, and then looking at Jin who was immersed in composing, Zheng Tan could not help but wonder if he not only had no musical talent, but also had a distorted appreciation of music. However, when he saw Zhang Qian and the other two people's expressions, he suddenly felt that Jin seemed to be really talented. Otherwise, how could he get inspiration from the sheriff's noisy playing? Someone once said that cats were the poets of the city's melancholy. They were born to be maverick wandering artists. Zheng Tan had never thought so, but now it seemed that it might be true. It was just that he did not understand the art of cats. Chapter 195. Zhang Qian and the others gathered there, admiring Jin for being able to compose under such circumstances. However, they had only glanced at what Jin had just written and did not look at the score carefully. Without permission, they felt that if they looked at it rashly, they would be suspected of plagiarism. Therefore, during the discussion, they mainly talked about where Jin had gotten his inspiration from. Was it really that cat? Zheng Tan curiously went over to take a look. Seeing that it was Zheng Tan, Jin, who was about to close the book, stopped temporarily. He even handed the book to Zheng Tan so that Zheng Tan could read it. Zhang Qian and the others saw this and did not understand Jin's behavior. Why was he so nice to a cat? However, they could not say anything. After all, they were not familiar with each other and did not need to care about everything. Zheng Tan looked at it. Other than the name of the song, he did not understand anything else. He only knew that it was a simplified score that he had seen in a primary school music book. After looking at it, Zheng Tan lost interest and returned to the windowsill. Jin, do you like to use simplified scores when composing? A student asked. He was used to looking at guitar hexagons and had more contact with staves. He did not know how to react when he suddenly saw simplified scores. After all, many people felt that staves were more professional and presentable. As for guitar hexagons used to record fingering, because of the association itself, they used them more often. Yes, because I did not go to university, I did not receive any professional education in the beginning. I learned guitar skills from a small, unknown band. Later on, I studied more on my own. When I was trying to compose, I used simplified scores. Later on, I learned all kinds of things, but I am still more used to simplified scores. Jin did not hide the fact that he had not gone to university. After entering the night building, there were some classes arranged there to improve his professionalism. However, Jin was more used to using simplified scores, which he had the most contact with. Basically, he used simplified scores when composing. Many people in the Guitar Association now knew that Jin was not a member of the Guitar Association of other schools, but they only knew that he was in a professional band. As for the details, they did not know. Moreover, there were too many small, unknown bands in Chuhua. Seeing Jin's age, other people thought that he was a member of a small band that was unknown and would disband at any time. Therefore, they did not investigate further. Zheng Tan did not know much about music scores. However, other than simple music scores, staff scores, and guitar scores, Zheng Tan had once seen a fat old lady writing music scores. However, it was filled with words such as, close, 4, 1, up, ruler, work, fan, 6, 5, B, and so on. Zheng Tan still did not know how to evaluate Ah Jin's song about cats. There were many people in the world who evaluated cats and analyzed them. However, from the cats that Zheng Tan had met, many people thought too deeply about themselves and did not look at things from the perspective of cats. Even Zheng Tan now found it difficult to understand the thoughts of the sheriff, De Pang, and Huang. Just like Jiao Pa once said, scientifically speaking, you can't use human thinking to interpret cat thinking. Zheng Tan was only using human thinking. No matter what, Zheng Tan was still looking forward to Ah Jin's cat's fantasy. He hoped to hear it the next time he went to the night building. However, after this, it would probably still need to be modified. After that, he still had to consider the arrangement and lyrics. He probably would not be able to hear it in the near future. As for the Guitar Association's school performance in May, Zheng Tan was a little interested in watching it. Unfortunately, it was at night. If Zheng Tan was still grounded by Jiao Ma at night, it would be hard to say. Not only Zheng Tan, but the other 3 cats were also grounded at night. It was already a mercy to be released during the day. In the following week, Zheng Tan's performance was not bad in Jiao Ma's eyes. He stayed at home every night and did not go out. He also came back on time during the day and did not cause any trouble. Zheng Tan was really well behaved during this time. At least, he thought that he was quite well behaved. After going to the construction site to see the progress, he went to the overpass to help the old man gain popularity. When Zheng Tan was there, the old man's wooden box would have more money. Sometimes, people were not as attractive as animals. Zheng Tan was mainly curious about the old man's identity. However, after staying for more than a week, she did not see any underlings. It was true that the surrounding peddlers were in awe of this old man. The day of the Guitar Association's performance was Friday. Zheng Tan left the overpass earlier than usual. He was going to the school's main sports field to take a look. Zheng Tan decided to go out that night. It was Jiao Yuan who suggested that they go to the Guitar Association's performance that night. Xiong, Suan, and the others discussed contacting the children in the courtyard to go to the performance that night. For boys, the guitar was more attractive. There were also people from the West District, including little Pomelo's classmates. Zheng Tan was prepared to go out with them that night. That way, the chances of Jiao Ma agreeing to it would be higher. In fact, the Guitar Association's performance was not very attractive to Zheng Tan. After all, it was just a performance by amateur students. Zheng Tan had seen many professional performances at the night building. Therefore, Zheng Tan's main purpose for going out with Jiao Yuan and the others was not to watch the performance. He wanted to start something. As the saying went, if there was a first, there would be a second, and if there was a second, there would be a third. After going out that night, the opportunity to go out at night would be closer. Zheng Tan found it rather boring to watch soap operas with Jiao Ma every night. As for the Guitar Association's performance, from a layman's point of view, Zheng Tan felt that those people had indeed spent a lot of effort on it. Even if their skills were lacking, the students watching the performance on the sports field did not care. Coupled with the atmosphere, it could be considered a success. The opening performance of Canon by Ah Jin and the president of the Guitar Association added a lot of points to the performance. With a good start, it was also a boost to morale. Other than the opening performance, Ah Jin spent most of the time backstage. The students needed a chance to prove themselves. The performance started at 7:30 and ended at 9:30. Before the performance, Ah Jin had been invited to the Guitar Association's celebratory banquet. Therefore, even if there was nothing else for him to do, Ah Jin did not leave. Since it was Friday and tomorrow was a weekend, the Guitar Association members were prepared to celebrate after the performance in the evening. After all, most of them did not have classes the next day, so they could play to their heart's content. The president of the Guitar Association, the person who had played guitar with Jin, had been forced to drink too much. Some of the things that he had not said before were now out of his mouth. Jin, when you were at the night building, did you often see those masters? Jin was surprised. He had not mentioned this before. He did not expect to be recognized. Not many people in the Guitar Association knew about the night building. When those who had some understanding of the night building heard the president's words, they looked at Jin differently. That was the night building. The people who could perform there were definitely skilled. They were definitely not small bands that could disband at any time. Moreover, many of them had great potential. They could even sign a contract with some companies and release records. Who knew when they would become popular? Yes, that's true. The East Palace of the Night Building often has masters performing there. Some world-class masters will also perform there. However, the East Palace is not easy to enter, Jin said. A person who had been going to the Night Building recently could not help but say, the Night Building has 4 districts, the East, West, North, and South Palaces. Of course, it's difficult to enter the East Palace. The level of consumption there is not something we can afford. Moreover, I heard that there are often some well-known people in the circle among the audience there. They are real experts. At this point, the person's face was full of yearning. However, he immediately looked at Jin. What's the name of your band? Did you perform recently? I don't know if I missed it. I played there every night last week. These words sounded like he was doubting the authenticity of Jin's performance at the night building. Jin did not care. When he was about to answer, the president of the association spoke first. He pointed at the necklace Jin was wearing. New boy, I remember this is the team emblem. Jin understood. As expected, he had guessed it based on the team emblem. We're performing in the South District now, Jin said. The South District? So it's an expert. No wonder I didn't see it. I've always been in the North District, the person said in surprise. The resident singer in the North District was at the bottom of the night building's 4 districts. At the same time, it was also the place with the lowest consumption. However, he did not expect Jin, who was about the same age as them, to be able to enter the South District, which was of a higher level than the North District. After learning about the night building, the others also participated in the discussion. The celebration banquet turned into the association's members learning from Jin. Jin did not hide anything. He was also willing to share some of his experience with these people. Finally, before Jin left, everyone asked him if he had anything else to say. Jin thought for a moment and said, "Treat that black cat better." Everyone thought that Jin said this because he liked black cats. Seeing that the team emblem was a black cat, even if some people were a little resistant to black cats, at this time, they promised to take care of them. Seeing that these people obviously did not take it to heart, Jin opened his mouth but still did not explain. These people did not know the meaning behind this sentence. Many people here wanted to ride on Jin's coattails, but Jin thought that he was not a big shot in the night building. Even now, in the South District of the night building, his band was ranked last. If there was anyone here who could ride on that cat's coattails, they would be more useful than Jin. The cat was familiar with the big boss of the night building. For it, watching the performance of the East Palace was as easy as eating peanuts. As for whether or not the people here could benefit from the cat, that would depend on their luck. While the students of the Guitar Association of Tsinghua University were discussing the night building, in a private room on the 3rd floor of the night building, Yihao, Ranqi, Leopard, and a few other trusted subordinates were looking at a document that had just been brought over. After digesting that huge amount of gold, Yihao had more projects to invest in, and there were still some troubles to deal with behind the scenes. In the past, he had always avoided conflicts, but now it was inevitable that he would directly confront them. Whether they would cooperate or be enemies depended on that person's attitude. Therefore, Yi Hao finally decided to pay a visit to that person who was contemporaneous with Master Tang VII. This time, he did not want to rely on his relationship with Master Tang VII. He planned to face it himself. When Yi Hao opened the latest investigation document with a cup of coffee in his hand trembled and the coffee in the cup spilled on his suit. Leopard and Ranchi next to him were puzzled. What could make Yi Hao, who was always calm and collected, show such a constipated expression on his face? Chapter 196. In the folder, there was a photo. The background of the photo was a bridge, and the subject was an old man sitting under a big black umbrella, holding an arrow. What made Yi Hao and the others uneasy was that in the photo, the black cat was squatting next to the wooden box and yawning with its mouth wide open, baring its fangs. The description under the photo showed that the cat was called Black Charcoal, and it was raised by an associate professor named Xiao from the Life Sciences Institute of Tsinghua University. In fact, even without the detailed description, Yi Hao and the others knew which cat it was. In this world, which cat called Black Charcoal could cause so much trouble? Ranchi wanted to bang his head on the coffee table. He wanted to express his thoughts, but Leopard spoke first. You can really see this guy everywhere you go. Yi Hao put down the folder in his hand and put the coffee cup on the coffee table. He raised his hand and rubbed between his eyebrows. After a long silence, he suddenly smiled helplessly and picked up his phone to make a call. Hello, Celestine, do me a favor. When will you bring the black cat out to meet? What? Grounded? Yi Hao listened to Celestine and frowned. *CK, if he had known, he would have sent someone to find out who the cat trainer was and deal with it secretly, so that he wouldn't have caused so much trouble at Tsinghua University. If the black cat was grounded, when would it be able to come out to talk? After knowing the reason why Yi Hao wanted to find the cat, Celestine decided to go to Tsinghua University to try. The cat trainer incident had happened a long time ago, and the people in the school compound didn't know much about it. They wouldn't keep the cat at home forever, right? So, on a nice Saturday, Celestine showed up at the Jiao family and smiled harmlessly at Jiao Ma, who didn't look too good. Although Jiao Ma wasn't too happy about it, she still agreed to let Celestine take Xing Tan out to play when she saw the look of anticipation in his eyes. Sigh, it was not easy to be cooped up at home for a period of time, but the moment he went out, he became wild again. Wei Ling heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Mama Jiao's agreement. If the owner didn't agree, that cat would definitely not go to the night tower. If she agreed, it would save him a lot of trouble. That night, in Yi Hao's villa. Yi Hao and Leopard had been waiting there for a long time. Even Ranchi was rarely there. He was reluctant to see the cat, but he was curious as to how the cat knew that person. It was said that a bear has the heart of a leopard, and it seemed that this cat's courage was not small either. On the way, Xing Tan had heard Celestine mention a little about the reason why Yi Hao was looking for him this time. However, was the Lord Kun they were talking about that blind old man? He had heard that he was a powerful person in the past, at the same time as Master Tang VII and Nye 19. However, why did Xing Tan feel that this old man was doing much worse than the other two? Not to mention Master Tang VII, she had also heard Yi Hao and the others mention Nye 19 when they were playing in the night building. A person who could raise a super cat and enjoy a high-end lifestyle obviously wouldn't have a bad life. In comparison, what about this Lord Kun? He was dressed like a poor person, looked old, and was blind. Even if he was a person who could kill gods and Buddhas in the past, now he could only play the arrow on the bridge. Or perhaps, the truth was not as it seemed on the surface. Without the experience of Jin finding his wallet and phone, Xing Tan wouldn't have thought that the old man would be so powerful. Now that he saw the reaction of Celestine and the others, the old man was still not simple. Sure enough, the thoughts of big shots were always unpredictable. Take Fang Xiaokong for example. He was obviously a super rich person, but he still went to the streets to sell his art. Each of them was like a cat, full of strange thoughts. When they arrived at Yi Hao's villa, Zheng Tan jumped directly onto an empty sofa and found a comfortable position to lie down, waiting for Yi Hao's next words. In any case, Yi Hao had a request, so Zheng Tan wasn't in a hurry. Seeing the cat in front of him find a place to lie down without any reservation, Yi Hao glanced at it and didn't say anything. This cat was getting bolder and bolder. It was even more casual than when the Monseigneur was here. Yi Hao handed the folder in his hand to Celestine. Some of the confidential information had been taken out and shown to Celestine the recent results of Lord Kuen's investigation. The hall was very quiet. Only the sound of Celestine flipping through the materials and Yi Hao drinking coffee could be heard. Yi Hao had been so busy that he got tired easily. During this period of time, he was used to drinking coffee to refresh himself. The health doctor didn't recommend drinking it for a long time, but Yi Hao had no choice. He had to get through this period of time, especially this time. It was good to be able to have a good talk with Lord Kuen, but this man was famous for being difficult to talk to back then. He didn't know what would happen after he became like this. It seemed like there was a big change, but no one could say for sure. It was rare for there to be a breakthrough, so Yi Hao was ready to give it a try. Celestine didn't agree with Yi Hao's suggestion before. He didn't move around Chu Hua before, so his understanding of Lord Kuen came from Yi Hao. Even if he didn't know Lord Kuen's current situation, if Lord Kuen was a toothless tiger, he was still a tiger. It would be easy for him to trample a cat to death. However, looking at the materials in his hand, Celestine's eyes twitched. He finally understood why Yi Hao had this idea. You even pulled Lord Kuen's beard? Celestine looked at Zheng Tan, who was sitting on the sofa, in disbelief. Yi Hao supported his forehead with one hand. He wanted to agree and say, it's not easy for this cat to be alive and kicking now. However, thinking about Lord Kuen's attitude in the investigation, Yi Hao chose to remain silent. What was that man thinking? Some of the investigation information was obtained from the vendors on the overpass, so the information about Zheng Tan's presumptuous behavior in front of the old man was listed in the information. The usual information was very detailed. Just by looking at this, it was impossible to associate the old man in the information with the once all-powerful Lord Kuen. If Lord Kuen's temperament hadn't changed drastically, then Lord Kuen must have treated this cat differently. Putting down the folder in his hand, Celestine leaned against the back of the sofa and tapped his fingers on the armrest. How about this? Let it send a letter to Lord Kuen to test Lord Kuen's attitude. At the same time, see how the old man's temper is now. According to the investigation information, Lord Kuen didn't have a cell phone or any other contact numbers on him. Lord Tang VII might have one, but Yi Hao didn't want to ask for it. Moreover, it was broad daylight, so Yi Hao couldn't go to the overpass directly to look for Lord Kuen. He didn't want to expose himself and let others know before the two sides reached an agreement. Hearing Celestine's suggestion, Yi Hao nodded. That works too. After making the decision, Yi Hao promised Zheng Tan that if he helped him this time, he would give Zheng Tan a private room on the third floor of the night building, just like Celestine's. Of course, it would be smaller than Celestine's, but it would still belong to Zheng Tan. When the time came, even if Zheng Tan brought his own people, he would have a place to stay. He wouldn't need to borrow Celestine's room. Zheng Tan didn't immediately express his opinion. He lay in the distance, deep in thought, until Yi Hao placed a short letter in braille in front of Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan didn't understand this, so Celestine explained the contents of the letter to him. It was a letter of visit and didn't say anything else. Feeling that it wasn't a big deal, Zheng Tan expressed his opinion. Thus, at around 3:00 on Sunday afternoon, Zheng Tan arrived at the Tianxiao as usual. Celestine followed behind him and watched from a short distance to prevent any accidents from happening. Yi Hao and a few others were watching the progress of the battle from a building. Zheng Tan was also a little nervous. He put the bankcard-sized envelope in his mouth on Mr. Kuen's lap. Zheng Tan only reluctantly held the envelope in his mouth after Celestine and Yi Hao repeatedly assured him that it was clean. There was no other way. His intermittent misophobia was acting up. The old man looked like he was about to play the arrow. After Zheng Tan put down the letter, he opened the envelope and touched the words on it. Then, he put the letter in his pocket and hugged the arrow. He didn't play it and just sat there with his eyes closed as if he was asleep. Zheng Tan didn't feel that the old man had any ill intentions towards him, so he boldly went to the wooden box to see how the old man's business was today. With one look, Zheng Tan realized that something was wrong. F***ck, there were actually game coins. Which little bastard threw them in? Zheng Tan raised his paw and flipped through the box. He realized that there were quite a lot of game coins inside. No wonder he felt that there were more coins inside today. They were all fakes. Some of the game coins looked like 1 yuan coins, while others looked like 50-cent coins. If one didn't pay attention, they would really confuse the game coins with real coins. No wonder Jiao Yuan complained at home that day that someone used game coins to buy steamed buns at school. The steamed buns seller didn't even realize it. Without hesitation, Zheng Tan reached out his paw and fished out the game coins one by one and threw them out of the wooden box. For a moment, the game coins clinked as they fell to the ground. The bridge, especially the place where the old man was sitting, was paved with anti-slip materials. The game coins that were thrown out didn't roll far. They basically landed near where Elder Kuan was sitting. The surrounding peddlers didn't dare to go over to take a look. Today's weather was too good. At this moment, the sun was shining brightly. Many people came and went in a hurry with umbrellas and sun hats. They didn't pay attention to other details and just thought that the cat was playing. Cats, after all, were all so annoying. Even if someone noticed the game coins on the ground, they would just smile and walk away. Therefore, for a moment, no one pointed out the actual situation. When the old man, who was leaning against the railing, heard the sound of the game coins falling to the ground, his ears twitched. The stiffness on his face relaxed slightly, but it was hard for others to notice. Zheng Tan, on the other hand, was happily fishing out the game coins. He rummaged through the wooden box loudly. Celestine, who was standing not far away, and Yi Hao, who was nervously watching from a building, didn't see that the game coins were very similar to coins. They didn't even think about it. When they saw Zheng Tan's behavior, they almost vomited blood. "Boss, is that cat looking for trouble again?" Leopard stood behind Yi Hao and said with a wooden face. What if the old man was in a bad mood and wanted to accept a visit, but changed his mind at the last minute and rejected it? Leopard felt a headache just thinking about it. Yi Hao's face twisted. He was now regretting it. Should he not have asked the cat to do this? Not only did he not get any benefits, but he also made him hate him. Celestine squatted at the corner of the bridge and scratched his head in distress. He looked at the cat, who was happily fishing for the coins, and felt a stomachache. There must be something wrong with the breakfast he had this morning. "Young man, do you want some sponge cake?" The auntie selling sponge cake looked at Celestine with a smile. The golden tooth in her mouth shone brightly under the sunlight. Celestine. His stomach hurt even more. Compared to Celestine and Yi Hao's conflicted feelings, Master Kuan, who was sitting there, adjusted his posture and played the arrow. Chapter 197. Yi Hao's conflicted mood improved a little when a 10-year-old child passed by. Walking past all these people, only the child mentioned the important point of "those are game coins on the ground." What really reassured Yi Hao was the phone call he received that night. Yi Hao had given a number in the braille letter. That night, when Yi Hao was reading a report, he received a call from a stranger. The person was probably Master Kuan's subordinate. He gave the time and place, and his tone was monotonous. Yi Hao couldn't tell what the other party's attitude was. However, to be able to get a reply and agree to visit was a good sign. The two parties agreed to meet in the afternoon 2 days later. Yi Hao cleared the time on that day and didn't go out. He discussed the meeting with a few of his confidants in the afternoon. They didn't dare to go over unprepared. What if they couldn't come back? The other party wasn't someone to be trifled with. On the second day of delivering the letter, Zheng Tan did the same as before. He strolled around the campus in the morning and ran over to the bridge in the afternoon. He was still very curious about the old man that even Yi Hao was afraid of. The reason Zheng Tan still had the guts to come over after knowing the old man's identity was mainly because Master Kun didn't show any ill intentions. Sometimes, Zheng Tan couldn't help but wonder if his presence was too weak. Or maybe the other party just didn't want to be serious with him and let him do whatever he wanted. He had heard people say that when the forest was big, there would be all kinds of birds. When the girl was beautiful, there would be all kinds of suitors. When the power was big, there would be all kinds of people around you. Therefore, one of the characteristics of a big shot was that he could accommodate all kinds of people. It was hard to guess the thoughts of a big shot. After half a day, the atmosphere between the old man and the cat was still the same as before. No one threw any game coins at him. Zheng Tan lay on the side and slept for the entire afternoon. As the sun set, Zheng Tan left the bridge and returned to Tsinghua University. The old man sitting on the bridge packed up his things as usual. He carried the shabby-looking wooden box and the blind guide cane and left. Walking along the street, they passed by familiar shops. Some of the shop assistants there remembered the old man. Every day at this time, they would see the blind old man pass by. In the night, the old man walked on the sidewalk. A black car slowly drove over and approached the sidewalk. This way, the distance between the black car and the old man was only about 1 meter. The black sedan drove very slowly. Even if it overtook the old man, it would stop in front of him for a while and wait for the old man to get on before driving off. The window of the back seat was lowered, and the people inside looked at the blind old man walking on the sidewalk. They were silent, as if they were thinking about what to say. The person sitting in the back seat was also an old man. However, compared to Lord Kun, this person looked like someone who lived a rich life. In the eyes of the bystanders, these two old men were people who lived in completely different social classes and were completely unrelated. When the old man in the car looked out of the window, there was a cat lying beside him that was obviously bigger than a normal cat. However, this cat was very well behaved. Although it looked out of the window curiously, it had no intention of jumping out, nor did it meow. This continued for 10 minutes before the old man in the car finally said, "It's time to get off work, old Huang." His tone was full of sarcasm and mockery. Lord Kun's surname was Huang. Back then, people called him the local tyrant because of his surname. Hearing the old man in the car, Lord Kun's expression did not change at all. It was as if he already knew that this person would say that. He did not reply and continued walking at his original speed. This was not the first time these two old men had such a conversation. The old man in the car retracted his gaze from the window. The driver sped up and quickly left Lord Kun behind. I really don't know why he made himself like this. Wouldn't it be better if he just enjoyed his life? He doesn't know how to use the resources he has. The old man in the car sneered. Just like what Tang Chi said, there were not many people left from that era. Those who stayed in Tsinghua City were only a few old men. The few old men had never stopped quarreling with each other. However, no one purposely came to find trouble with Huang Kun. At most, they would say a few words or have some small fights to pass the time. They would not do anything serious here. Even Tang Chi was no exception. When Tang Chi retired behind the scenes, he had instructed Yi how to treat this Lord Kun well. Master 19, not everyone can enjoy life as much as you do, the driver in front said. Nye 19 liked people to praise him for enjoying life. His style was indeed like that. Therefore, in many people's eyes, Nye 19 was always dignified and glamorous. Many people envied him because he was old but still had young women by his side. old but vigorous. This was a phrase that people often used when talking about Nie 19. However, when Nie 19 thought about Huang Kuan's attitude of ignoring him, he became angry. That old fart was so arrogant. The driver looked at Nie 19 in the back seat through the rearview mirror and continued, Lord 19, I saw Lord Kuan today. He looks old and clumsy. Is there a problem with his health? Nie 19 smiled sarcastically, that guy's life is tough. When the fight was at its peak, everyone thought that this guy was dead for sure. Anyone could be lucky, but this guy definitely wouldn't be let go. But he's alive and well now. The driver heard Nie 19's tone. It didn't seem like he was angry at him. Based on his understanding of this boss, he should be thinking the same thing as him. He was just saying that. Therefore, the driver continued, although he's alive, he's been blind for so many years. I remember that he's about the same age as you, right? But looking at him today, he doesn't have the arrogance of the Lord Kuan. And isn't the one in charge of that area now Lord Kuan's godson? Speaking of which, Lord Kuan is just a retired emperor with no real power. In the driver's opinion, in this circle, even blood-related people could kill, let alone people who weren't related by blood. That was even more unreliable. No real power? Humph. Nie 19 snorted and didn't explain. However, the driver felt a chill run down his spine. He knew that his boss was really angry this time. He quickly shut up and didn't say anything else. After a while, Nie 19 teased the cat lying next to him. He put his finger into the cat's mouth. The cat hugged Nie 19's finger and bit it. The cat's teeth, which had been bitten by dogs, gently scraped Nie 19's finger. However, it didn't bite down. It didn't dare. This cat is very obedient. Even if I put my finger in its mouth, it wouldn't dare to bite. Although Nie 19's words sounded calm, the driver felt his scalp tingle. He didn't dare to say a word. Perhaps, if Lord Kuan had died back then, his boss would be more relaxed now. Lord Kuan's existence was a thorn in his boss's throat. Yet, he couldn't pull it out. He didn't dare to pull it out. Zheng Tan didn't know about the meeting between Yi Hao and Lord Kuan. Celestine and Yi Hao didn't mention it to him. Zheng Tan didn't want to get involved either. Anyway, those people were all people who did great things. It was better for his cat to think about how to pass the time. Therefore, on the afternoon of Yi Hao and Lord Kuan's meeting, Zheng Tan came to the overpass as usual. He happened to see the old man packing up his things. He found it strange that the old man was packing up so early today. Unexpectedly, when the old man passed by Zheng Tan, he said, "If you're curious, you can come and play with me." Zheng Tan stood where he was, wondering how the old man knew he was here. He didn't have the chance to fish for the coins in the wooden box today. The sound of his footsteps was also very soft, but the old man could still accurately identify his location. Seeing that the old man had already gotten off the overpass, Zheng Tan didn't think about the problem anymore. Then, he was puzzled. Did the old man mean for him to go over and take a look? If he followed him, he might be able to find out more about the old man. It was rare for an important person to make a tactful invitation. At least, in Zheng Tan's eyes, it was an invitation. He quickly followed him. Then, he realized that this was the first time he had heard the old man speak. He followed the old man through the bustling street and turned into an alley. After walking for a while, they arrived in front of a house. Without the old man knocking, the door was opened from the inside. Zheng Tan saw a young man with a very serious expression. He was respectful to the old man. However, when his gaze swept past Zheng Tan, he didn't seem surprised to see a cat here. He only paused for a moment before following the old man inside. Zheng Tan looked around and followed him in. The outside of the house looked very shabby. He didn't expect the inside to be okay. It was just okay, nothing special. Some rich and powerful old men liked the layout of the house with a classical charm, while some old men liked the modern style. However, Zheng Tan didn't know which style it belonged to. Overall, the layout was very simple. Obviously, the owner didn't care about the materials that were used to keep up appearances. Thinking that the old man was blind, Zheng Tan felt relieved. Moreover, if he only looked at the back, Zheng Tan couldn't tell that the old man was blind at all. No one helped him, and the old man didn't stumble. His steps were still calm, and when he walked, he accurately placed the wooden box, the big black umbrella, and other things in the right place. He didn't let anyone help him at all. Further inside, there was a small living room. Yi Hao, Ran Qi, and the others were inside. Seeing Master Kun come in, Yi Hao quickly got up. As soon as he opened his mouth, he was choked by the black cat behind Master Kun. Not only Yi Hao, but Ran Qi and Leopard also felt like a herd of alpacas were running over. Ran Qi looked at Leopard and said with his eyes, "Boss didn't inform this cat, did he?" Leopard, "Definitely not. Today's plan was indeed very good. They had considered many ways to deal with different situations. They even analyzed various psychological tactics in depth. However, no one had considered this cat. In Ran Qi's opinion, cats were always an uncertain factor, let alone this cat. Who knew what would happen with this cat present? What did Master Kun mean by this? Zheng Tan looked at the expressions of Yi Hao and the others. He pulled his ears and walked to the side. "Dislike my ass. Do you think I care?" They chatted among themselves. Zheng Tan didn't want to join them. He planned to find a place to lie down. He was a little tired from walking all the way here. When he came, Zheng Tan thought of many possibilities. However, when he really came, he didn't feel the pressure he expected. He also didn't feel any malice or danger around him. Although he couldn't let his guard down, at least he was mentally more relaxed. Zheng Tan saw a wooden table by the window. It was more than 3 meters away from them. There was also a vase with rich bamboo. It was perfect for lying down and sleeping. Therefore, he got up and jumped. Chapter 198. Ran Qi had been using the corner of his eye to look over there, wondering why Elder Kun had brought the cat over. The next moment, he noticed the situation over at the table. His heart also swayed along with the vase on the table. Only when the vase stabilized did he let out a sigh of relief. Yi Hao, of course, also noticed it, but he didn't show it on his face. In Yi Hao's mind, cats were not human beings after all, nor were they well-trained warriors. They would not listen to you and restrict your words and actions. Perhaps they would bark wildly when they shouldn't, or mess around with things they shouldn't do, which would cause a planned and arranged thing to collapse directly. If it were other cats, it might be a small problem, but Yi Hao knew how capable this black cat was from the day he met it. Yi Hao took a deep breath and sorted out his emotions. He continued to talk about the cooperation with Elder Kun. It was said that the first spurt of energy, the second spurt of energy, and the third spurt of energy. It wasn't easy to be fully prepared to face Huang Kun, who used to be a big shot, so he couldn't appear weak. He had a few projects under his control, such as the small commercial plaza near Tsinghua University that was under construction. When the time came, he would definitely come into contact with the people here. It would be better to discuss it in advance before things went wrong. That way, it would be easier for everyone to resolve any problems. Conflicts of interest were always the most important conflicts. However, how to distribute the benefits was the reason why Yi Hao was sitting there under pressure. However, just as Yi Hao was talking about the distribution of benefits and was about to start psychological warfare, there was a shattering sound. The somewhat tense atmosphere was fiercely impacted. The veins on Yi Hao's forehead popped. He forced himself to remain calm on the surface, but he was already cursing in his heart. Can't this damn cat know its place? Zheng Tan looked at the broken vase and the mess on the table. He then looked at the expressions of the people over there. Other than Elder Kun, the others, including Yi Hao and the people around Elder Kun, couldn't help but have some other emotions in their eyes even if they didn't show it on their faces. He pulled his ears and jumped down from the table. It was better to find another place to lie down. The atmosphere here was not suitable. Zheng Tan really didn't do it on purpose. He was lying on the side and was about to fall asleep. Then, a green bean fly came out of nowhere and kept buzzing in his ear. When Zheng Tan raised his paw to chase it away, he used a little too much force. Plus, he was stronger than the average cat, so he didn't restrain himself and knocked the vase down. Zheng Tan tried walking around, but he didn't see anyone stopping him. Lord Kun didn't say anything either, so he walked out of the hall. At this moment, the person standing behind Elder Kun also walked out and followed behind Zheng Tan. Ranchi and Leopard quickly looked at each other. They couldn't help but worry. Although they didn't like the cat causing trouble here, they didn't want anything to happen to the cat. Not only was the cat familiar with Celestine, Er Mao, and Fang San, but it had also helped them a few times. This time, they were the ones who had dragged the cat into this matter. Lord Kun. Yi Hao was obviously afraid that Lord Kun would really send someone to kill the cat silently. He was about to say something, but just as he opened his mouth, Lord Kun raised his hand and stopped him. He picked up the teacup and drank some water. He started to talk about his opinion on the distribution of benefits proposed by Yi Hao. He didn't want to listen to Yi Hao at all. The broken vase and bamboo were lying on the ground, but Lord Kun didn't ask anyone to clean it up. Zheng Tan, who was walking out of the hall, heard someone following behind him. He turned around and saw that it was the person who opened the door. This person had been following Lord Kun since he entered the house. Was he following him now to spy on him? When he passed by a room, Zheng Tan stopped in his tracks. The door of the room was ajar. It seemed to be a study. Zheng Tan tried to take 2 steps in. Seeing that the person behind him didn't have any intention of stopping him, he walked in. The study wasn't much smaller than the living room. There were some paintings hanging on the wall. There was a long table by the side with some gypsum carvings on the table. There were also some in the corner. The gypsum carvings were of different sizes. The taller ones were about 1 meter, such as the ones in the corner, while the shorter ones were only about 20 centimeters tall. There were people and animals carved out. Compared to those masters, there was no doubt that there was a gap. However, if these were carved by a blind old man, then it was rare. Moreover, no one mentioned that Lord Kun was a sculptor. Even a person with normal eyes might not be able to carve as good as Lord Kun. After looking at the gypsum carvings one by one, Zheng Tan's gaze landed on the paintings hanging on the wall. Zheng Tan had seen some ink paintings at Professor Lan's house. Other than fiddling with flowers and plants, Old Man Lan also painted ink paintings. His paintings were quite elegant. Even if he didn't know much about painting, Zheng Tan could tell that Lord Kun's painting was far from Old Man Lan's. However, he couldn't be too harsh on a blind person's painting. However, overall, it looked good. Zheng Tan admired it from the bottom of his heart. There was a piece of calligraphy beside the painting. Relatively speaking, the calligraphy was much better than the painting. It was also very imposing. There was once when Zheng Tan went to Professor Lan's house. The old man was practicing calligraphy. When he saw Zheng Tan, he became addicted to teaching again and talked about calligraphy. He remembered that Old Man Lan said that a work without momentum would be dull and lacking in spirit. Those with momentum would have the momentum of wind and clouds when splashing the ink. Those with momentum would have the momentum of wind when splashing the ink. Zheng Tan didn't know much about art, but he felt that the calligraphy in front of him definitely reached the standard that Old Man Lan had mentioned. However, Zheng Tan looked at the words, 13 gangsters, written on it and wondered what Lord Kun meant by writing these words. Didn't people usually write mottos or proverbs with positive meanings? Or did they write words like, endure, or, kill, to show off a little? He looked at the other calligraphy and paintings in the study and connected them to Lord Kun. Although he didn't know what kind of person the old man was, Zheng Tan heard from the Jiaopa that a big shot was not arrogant because of his broad vision. He knew that there were mountains beyond mountains and buildings beyond buildings. Because of his rich experience, he knew that a moment of pride wouldn't be able to control the ups and downs of others. A real big shot wasn't without enemies. In a head-on confrontation, he wouldn't hesitate to put his opponent to death. However, he would be humble behind his back and know the beauty of evil. Regardless of how glorious or evil Lord Kun was in the past, just based on the things that Zheng Tan saw, this old man really didn't live a good life. People said that blind artists had broken free from the shackles of being unable to see with their naked eyes and could use other extraordinary methods to see objects. Other than having a solid foundation and the ability to conceive ideas in their minds, it was very likely that they had special abilities to be able to achieve such amazing achievements. Zheng Tan didn't know if the old man had special abilities, but now he seemed to understand why the old man walked so steadily, unlike some of the blind people that Zheng Tan had seen before who walked carefully and often stumbled. The person behind Zheng Tan didn't make a sound. If he hadn't heard this person respectfully greet Lord Kun when he first entered the room, Zheng Tan would have thought that this guy was mute. When they returned to the living room again, Yi Hao and Lord Kun were almost done talking, and the atmosphere had eased a lot. Seeing that Zheng Tan was fine, Yi Hao and the others heaved a sigh of relief. When they left, Yi Hao said that he would send Zheng Tan back to Tsinghua University, and Lord Kun agreed. After Yi Hao and Zheng Tan left, the person who had followed Zheng Tan out of the living room walked to Lord Kun's side. After that cat went in today, he told Lord Kun in detail about Zheng Tan's every move in the study. I don't think that cat is with Yi Hao and the others, the person said. Yes. Lord Kun went silent after that, but the people around him knew that Lord Kun already knew that this would be the result. As for why Lord Kun paid attention to that cat, it seemed that after knowing that Nye 19 had a cat, Lord Kun usually paid attention to the cats around him. Although he couldn't see, he could detect some things with his extremely sharp hearing and perception. For example, when the cats saw Lord Kun, they would run far away. Even if they didn't run, they would never approach him. Even trained cats would show a strong sense of vigilance. The old man had already restrained himself. This afternoon, when Lord Kun came back, there was a person feeding a cat at the entrance of a barbecue shop. The cat cried out for food, but when Lord Kun passed by, the cat ran away without making a sound. Nye 19's cat also arched its back and growled when it saw Lord Kun, as if it was facing a great enemy. Therefore, when Elder Kun first noticed a cat approaching on the overpass, his first thought was, this cat is either stupid or extremely bold. But later, Lord Kun knew that wasn't the case. It was rare to have such a cat. When Zheng Tan went back in Yi Hao's car, he thought that Yi Hao would scold him for breaking the vase in the living room. He didn't expect that Yi Hao would only say that the night building would open a single room for Zheng Tan. Yi Hao was in a good mood after finishing something that had been weighing on his mind for a long time. Moreover, after leaving Lord Kun's place, Yi Hao thought a lot and analyzed every detail. Maybe it was because of this cat's antics that he could be so successful? Maybe. Originally, Tsinghua University wasn't too far away from here, but Yi Hao still asked someone to drive the car to the side door closest to the eastern courtyard. He also told Zheng Tan that when he followed Celestine to the night building, he might be able to see his small single room. When Zheng Tan entered the courtyard, he saw that it was already past 5 o'clock at the gate. It was close to little Pomelo's school time, so he turned around and went to the affiliated primary school. Recently, the children of the affiliated primary school were in a good mood. It was probably because the first day of June was approaching and the holidays were coming. They could enjoy the holiday benefits that came with their age, but Zhao Yuan and the others couldn't. They had already been promoted from the Young Pioneers to the Communist Youth League, so how could they enjoy Children's Day? When little Pomelo came out, Yulisha and Xie Xian, the two children in the Western District who were close to little Pomelo, came out together. When they came out, the two girls looked at Zheng Tan, who was squatting on the wall, then said to little Pomelo, "We'll leave your cat to you." Chapter 199. Important people had their own attitudes towards life, while ordinary people had their own way of living. Zheng Tan felt that her cat preferred the life in the courtyard. It was relaxed and comfortable, and she didn't have to worry about breaking a vase. She didn't have to get involved in any of the major events that were going on under the surface. It could throw a tantrum and have fun, and it could eat and drink as it pleased. It was much more natural at the Jiao family's place. However, Zheng Tan's good mood was ruined after dinner. A mythical beast? Jiao Ma paused in the middle of picking up a green pepper. She then asked little Pomelo, "Why did you ask Black Charcoal to go there?" Yulisha said that it would attract more attention. She said it's called. Little Pomelo thought about the word. Yeah, she said it's called a gimmick. Jiao Ma was speechless. Even this little kid knew how to make a gimmick. Little Pomelo stuffed rice into her mouth. She didn't want to let Jiao Ma know that she had something to say. Yulisha, who was the vice-class monitor of the 4th grade Class 3 and also the organizer of the show, had said that the first part of the show was to compete for rewards. She heard that the top 3 performers would receive generous rewards, and the outstanding performers would also receive awards from the school. These awards would be recorded in the files, and they would be useful for the class committee members at the end of the semester. It would be easier for them to apply for class committee positions in middle school. The second part of the show was to show their filial piety to their parents. This way, it would be easier for them to get pocket money in the future. They might even be able to take them to the amusement park during the holidays. What's the gimmick? Jiao Yuan fully demonstrated his lack of vocabulary. The 3 members of the Jiao family were thinking about the gimmick, while Zheng Tan was thinking about the alpaca in his heart. Damn it, why did you ask me to act as a mythical beast? For the students of Tsinghua University's affiliated primary school, June 1st meant that they could watch a cultural performance. In the past, it was basically just each class having fun on their own. That was to say, on the afternoon before the June 1st holiday, they would play in their respective classes and sing to show their talents. The school would also give out small biscuits and the like for the children to have fun. Later, one of the parents in the education department suggested that they use Tsinghua University's auditorium for a cultural performance. After all, the auditorium had nothing to do with the university students on June 1st. If it was empty, they could borrow some resources. At the same time, they could also improve the children's teamwork and aesthetic appeal. That was why they went to Tsinghua University's auditorium to perform during the Children's Day holiday. When Yulisha suggested that there should be a performance, all the students in Class 3 of the 4th grade were very supportive because all the classes with performances could go to the auditorium to watch the performance. After all, there were limited seats in the auditorium. Many parents would also go there. If there weren't enough seats, the classes with no performances could just watch the performance in their own class. After all, every class had a television and the school's radio station would broadcast it live. According to little Pomelo's explanation, Class 3 of the 4th grade was prepared to go all out this time. Those who were good at crafting started to make some simple props, while those who knew how to play musical instruments started to practice. The story they were going to perform was a story written by Yulisha herself. A filial son traveled through mountains and rivers to save his bedridden mother. He went through all kinds of hardships, passed through all kinds of obstacles, and defeated all kinds of monsters. In the end, he obtained a snow lotus from a mythical beast on a snowy mountain and went back to cure his mother. Zheng Tan felt that this story was very familiar. He felt that many TV dramas, movies, and even one of his commercials used this story. However, when it was a children's performance, the audience didn't care about the story. They just wanted to see their own children perform. The story was secondary. They just wanted to see it for the fun of it. Before they decided to let Zheng Tan play the mythical beast, Class 3 of the 4th grade had rehearsed many times. The props were almost done and they even had a pre-show. After all, there were too many classes who signed up for the performance. The auditorium's performance time was limited, so they had to eliminate a batch of students. There was no ranking for the pre-show. Only the last class who could perform in the auditorium were notified. From the pre-show, it could be seen that there were too many outstanding performances and there was too much competition. Just like little Pomelo said, they had to use something different. Thus, Zhengtan was on the list. Many people in Fu Hai Elementary School, especially those in little Pomelo's class, knew that her black cat came to pick her up after school every day and was very obedient. Thus, Yulisha turned her attention to Zhengtan. Little Pomelo actually didn't agree to let Zhengtan go, but there were too many classmates who came to persuade her. Yulisha and Wuxia Xianxia had mentioned it many times in front of her. Only then did she decide to ask Zhengtan's opinion. If Zhengtan didn't want to go, she would reject it tomorrow. Although playing the role of the mythical beast didn't make Zhengtan happy, he didn't want to make things difficult for little Pomelo. In class, Yulisha and Wuxia Xianxia had helped little Pomelo a lot. Zhengtan wanted to help this time as a way of thanking her. Moreover, this child didn't like to talk and was easily alienated from others. If this went well, little Pomelo could mix better in class. The next day, at about 10:00 in the morning, Zhengtan didn't go to other places and went directly to Fu Hai Elementary School. Little Pomelo and the others' last class in the morning was physical education. Because of the performance, Yulisha asked their physical education teacher to let them prepare for the performance during this class. The physical education teacher also knew about the performance and didn't think much about it and agreed. Little Pomelo and the others rehearsed in a corner of the field. Fu Hai Elementary School wasn't big, so Zhengtan was familiar with it. He didn't go through the front door, but went outside near the field and then climbed over the wall to see them. When the rehearsal was about to start, Zhengtan saw that they were standing in a formation with Yulisha directing. More than 10 children held a piece of paper in front of their chest. On the paper were the names of the characters they were going to play. Little Pomelo was one of them. Zhengtan looked at the paper that little Pomelo was holding. It was written Redbud. The other children standing there were holding papers with the names of plants written on them. These children were the background characters who didn't need to say a word after going on stage. Thinking about it, little Pomelo usually gave people the impression that she was too serious and cold. She wasn't good with words. If she was going to act, this kind of character was more suitable. Zhengtan wondered what would happen if they put on props. When the time came, they would have to put on props. Now, they only used paper to replace props for rehearsals. They were afraid that they would break the props and leave them for the performance in the auditorium. A student saw Zhengtan standing on the wall and pointed at Zhengtan and said to little Pomelo, "Gu Yuzi, your mythical beast is here." A mythical beast is here? Quite punctual. The others echoed. Zhengtan. You guys are mythical beasts, your whole family are mythical beasts. He pulled his ears unhappily and didn't jump down the wall. He just stood there and watched the children rehearse. The performance time for each performance was about 20 minutes, so if there was too much content, it had to be compressed. The main character was the class sports committee member. This child's appearance wasn't the most outstanding in the class, and his acting skills were mediocre, but his advantage was that he could somersault. Moreover, Zhengtan watched their performance. Every time he made a move, he would somersault first. He didn't know if this was the gimmick that Yulisha mentioned. The scope was to attract people's attention. There were also a few who acted as the villain monsters. They were so engrossed that they were even more energetic than the main character. Zhengtan originally thought that these children would be more repulsed by the villain role, but now it seemed that they were enjoying it. When it was almost over, Zhengtan, the mythical beast, was about to appear. Yulisha pulled a weed out of nowhere and handed it to Zhengtan. Last night, little Pomelo told Zhengtan what to do, so Zhengtan knew what to do next. Therefore, he jumped down the wall, held the poor weed between his claws, and waited for the main character to come and take it. In the last scene, the main character fed the elixir to his bedridden mother. Before this, Zheng Tan had been curious as to who would play the role of the mother and whether or not the teacher would make a cameo appearance. Now, she saw the child holding the elixir and walking to Wuxia with an excited expression. "Your illness can be cured." Zheng Tan, after class, Wuxia Xianxia, and little Pomelo slowly walked to the school gate. They were discussing what they needed to prepare so that they could work overtime together at night. Zheng Tan ran to the school gate and squatted on top of the wall. He didn't want to squeeze with the other students. Just as he was thinking about why Wuxia was so troublesome and walked like a turtle, Zheng Tan suddenly saw a person standing not far away. His first thought was that this person was up to no good. A thief? No, that's not it. Zheng Tan observed that the person's eyes were fixed on the children. Zheng Tan felt that the person looked at the children differently than others. Perhaps the children didn't feel it, and the parents didn't notice it either. However, Zheng Tan's intuition told him that this person was up to no good. When the person inadvertently saw Zheng Tan squatting on top of the wall, Zheng Tan bared his fangs at him. When little Pomelo came out and Zheng Tan looked again, the person was no longer there. He probably left. In the afternoon, Zheng Tan sent little Pomelo to the affiliated primary school as usual. When they were about to reach the school, Zheng Tan saw a person standing at the intersection. It was the person he saw in the morning after school. Sensing Zheng Tan's strange behavior, little Pomelo followed his line of sight. At the same time, the person also looked over. When he saw little Pomelo looking at him, he smiled. Little Pomelo frowned. Although she didn't know how to read people, she had a bad feeling about this person. Therefore, she quickened her pace and walked towards the affiliated primary school. Zheng Tan followed behind little Pomelo. He turned his head to look at the person standing at the intersection and narrowed his eyes. If this person walked over to little Pomelo and said, "Little girl, uncle will take you to see the goldfish," Zheng Tan would immediately beat this person up until even his mother couldn't recognize him. Then, he would find a chance to throw him into the lake and feed him to the fish. Just as Zheng Tan was wondering if the man would kick him with his left or right leg first, and whether he would kick his face or his manhood first, the man looked away. The person didn't continue to stare at little Pomelo. Instead, he looked at the other children who came to school, especially those who didn't have an adult accompanying them. Zheng Tan didn't feel that there was much lust in his gaze, but it made him extremely uncomfortable. Chapter 200. Zheng Tan watched little Pomelo walk into the school and ran back. When he came to the intersection just now, he found that the suspicious person was no longer there. Zheng Tan looked around the area, and when she reached the man-made lake, she saw the man. The person was sitting on a bench by the lake, talking on the phone. There was no one around him. At this time, most of the students had gone to class. Those who had no class were taking a nap in the dormitory, so looking around, there was no one walking around the artificial lake. Zheng Tan quietly approached from behind and went under the bench, intending to listen to what the person was talking about. "Why did you suddenly change your mind?" "I haven't finished my inspection yet." "I was warned." "Those people are still meddling in other people's business." "Okay, I know they have the final say here. I'll leave immediately." "How about Sickle?" "Okay, I'll go help him." "TSK, you can't even handle a dying person." Zheng Tan listened to the person and knew that it was not a good thing, but he could not hear the details. He could not hear the voice on the other end of the phone clearly, but he could roughly feel that the person on the other end of the phone was not in a good mood. It was good that the person wanted to leave. It was better not to leave such a potentially dangerous person here. However, before he left, the person sitting on the bench finished the phone call, looked at the surrounding scenery, then got up and walked to the lake. He had just found that there were many fish in the lake, and these fish were very brave. They were probably used to being watched. Even if there were people standing by the lake, they would still swim around calmly. Zheng Tan looked around and made sure that no one was coming. No one would pay attention to this side. When the person walked to the lake to watch the fish, he rushed over and kicked the person's back. When the man walked to the lakeside, he had been paying attention to his surroundings. When he didn't notice anyone approaching, his vigilance was lowered. Just as he was leaning forward to look at a large red carp swimming towards him, he suddenly felt a force from behind and fell into the lake. Because it was the school's artificial lake, for safety reasons, it was not very deep. It was just that after a long time, the silt at the bottom of the lake was thicker. After the man fell into the lake, he struggled a few times. When he stood up, the lake water only reached his waist, but his whole body was soaked. He was still holding his phone in his hand, and it looked like his phone was broken. He looked around angrily, trying to find out who was behind this, but unfortunately, he couldn't find anyone nearby. Instead, there were people further away who heard the commotion and looked over. After Zheng Tan kicked him, he immediately ran into the forest to hide. The trees here couldn't hide a person, but a cat could still hide very well. Then, Zheng Tan saw the man quickly come out of the lake, his trousers full of mud, and leave with a gloomy face. For the next few days, every time Zheng Tan wandered around Fu Elementary School, he would pay special attention to the surroundings. Indeed, he did not find that person. At most, there were a few people who looked like thieves walking around. That was a common occurrence, so Zheng Tan did not pay much attention to it. Compared to that person, Zheng Tan felt that thieves were less of a threat. Because he had seen human traffickers before, Zheng Tan felt that the man was different from human traffickers. He did not know what kind of business he was involved in, but he was sure that he was not a good person. The night before the performance in the auditorium, Zheng Tan was lying on the sofa, thinking about what would happen the next day. The performance started at 2 in the afternoon, and Jiao Ma had already asked for leave. Jiao Yuan had a small test, so Jiao Ma rejected his request. However, Jiao Ma borrowed a DV from Wuxia Xianxia, who lived next door. She wanted to film the performance and show it to Jiao Yuan. Although Fu Elementary School also had its own live broadcast, it was only on a general level. Jiao Ma only wanted to film little Pomelo and Zheng Tan. She was currently fiddling with the DV to familiarize herself with it. "Hey, Mom, what do you think is wrong with black charcoal these days? He looks like he has a lot on his mind," Jiao Yuan asked as he nibbled on an ice popsicle. Jiao Ma's attention shifted from the DV to Zheng Tan. She looked at him and said, "Maybe it's because of tomorrow's performance. He's going to be the first cat to perform on the stage." Jiao Yuan nibbled on his ice popsicle. "Hasn't he already filmed a lot of commercials? What's there to worry about?" Jiao Ma said. "Who knows what a cat is thinking?" Zheng Tan listened to their conversation, but his ears moved. He was too lazy to do anything else. 2 days ago, he had been thinking about the man he had kicked into the lake. Although that man had not appeared around him, and perhaps he had no more interactions with Zheng Tan still felt a chill when he thought about the man's gloomy eyes when he got up from the lake and left. As for today, he was just thinking about tomorrow's performance. He was not worried about anything. He had already filmed a lot of commercials, so he was very thick-skinned. The next day, those who had performances in the morning skipped class and went to the auditorium to rehearse. They wanted to get used to the stage in advance, and they also wanted to do a preview. Usually, when they rehearsed, they didn't notice anything, but when they put on the props, the feeling came immediately. Many of the props were made by the students themselves. At most, their parents helped them. The parents of the students who were standing on the sidelines were watching from below. They held the boxes of instruments in their hands and looked at their children with smiles on their faces. They were proud of their children. Generally speaking, the preview was good. No one made any mistakes. The overall feeling was okay. However, when Zheng Tan appeared, some people were surprised for a while. However, the official performance in the afternoon was much more stressful. The audience would be full, which was very different from the empty stage in the morning. Little Pomelo's class performance was the fifth. Among the first 5 performances, 4 of them were singing and dancing. Their performance was the first drama. She didn't know if the club would give them more money. The people who had changed their clothes sat in the dressing room. Some were memorizing their lines, and some were chatting casually. Zheng Tan looked at little Pomelo next to him. She was sitting in a chair with props next to her. When she appeared later, she would be wearing a cylindrical paper shell. There was a large background board attached to the back of this shell. The board had purple Chinese redbud painted on it. It looked very heavy, but for these students, it was still bearable. After all, it was only made of paper. When it was made, the weight was considered. Even so, during the rehearsal in the morning, Zheng Tan felt sorry for them. On such a hot day, they had to wear such a big shell. It was really hard for these children. In fact, Zheng Tan himself wasn't much better. He was wearing a silver plastic shirt. When he appeared later, he would have to wear a stupid mask. He didn't know if the mythical beast in these children's hearts was this stupid image. Little Pomelo, who was sitting there quietly, had a slightly serious expression. She pursed her lips and held the hem of her shirt tightly. After all, it was her first time on stage. Moreover, it was a performance in the auditorium. Even if she was just standing in the background, there was still psychological pressure. Previously, there was a first-grade child who cried before going on stage. Her makeup was ruined by crying. Later, she didn't change it and just went on stage with that face. Zheng Tan walked over and patted her hand, indicating that she didn't need to be too nervous. Little Pomelo's expression softened. She let go of the hem of her shirt and tidied up the stupid shirt on Zheng Tan's body. Feeling that little Pomelo's mentality was adjusted well, Zheng Tan looked at the other students in the room. Especially the protagonist sitting in the corner, the sports committee member. The child didn't feel nervous at all. He crossed his legs and picked his nose while reading his lines. Zheng Tan looked at this guy who was digging happily. After picking his nose, he looked around. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he rubbed the finger he used to pick his nose on the sword and continued to dig. Zheng Tan. This kid is actually rubbing his nose on the sword. Damn it, I can't let little Pomelo touch that sword. At this moment, the door opened. The chief planner, Wuxia, who had gone out to observe, strode in. The others quickly asked about the performances in front of them. The scores and rankings would be announced after all the performances. Even if they didn't know the rankings now, they should be able to see the general situation. It's just a so-so. Wuxia briefly explained the first 3 performances. Now that the 4th performance was in progress, it was their turn next. The 5th grade's performance of the peacock dance was pretty good. Xia Xian said. What's so good about it? They all have makeup like snakes. Wuxia said disdainfully. Zheng Tan glanced at Wuxia. This girl was just jealous. Because she had to play the protagonist's mother, Wuxia couldn't wear heavy makeup. She also had to wear a silver wig and use a walking stick to act as a sickly old lady. In fact, Zheng Tan felt that she could play the protagonist's grandmother. While Wuxia was being jealous, the sports committee member who was picking his nose bumped into the muzzle of the gun. You're actually picking your nose. Disgusting. Wuxia said with a look of disgust. The sports committee member who was caught didn't feel embarrassed at all. Didn't you read XXX magazine? 1/4 of the people pick their nose once a day, 1/5 of the people pick their nose 5 times a day, and 1/4 of the people are suspected of suffering from nose-picking obsessive-compulsive disorder. They spend up to 15 minutes picking their nose every day. What's with that expression? Don't look down on me. To be honest, we all ate boogers when we were babies. But I have a question. Why is booger salty? Zheng Tan, the surrounding students, just as everyone looked embarrassed, and some of them were thinking, a young but steady and serious voice sounded. Because there is a layer of lush cilia and mucus attached to the nasal cavity. They can intercept harmful substances in the air. Mucus is mainly composed of mucin and inorganic salts, and the latter's main components are potassium and sodium. They taste salty, so it's obvious that booger is also salty. The surrounding students, Zheng Tan looked at little Pomelo, who still had a slightly serious expression on her face, and talked with the alpaca for a while. Then he thought, does Jiao Pa at home subscribe to too many popular science magazines? It sounds so profound. The sports committee member nodded and wanted to ask some more questions, but Yulisha hit him with a prop crutch. Hurry up and memorize the lines. Don't forget them and talk nonsense. It's almost our turn. It's just a few lines. Besides, these kinds of lines can be freely expressed at the last minute. The sports committee member didn't care. Because of the sports committee member's interruption, everyone's nervous mood eased a little. In addition, when they entered the arena, the head teacher who was waiting there cheered them on and promised to give them a few bonus books. This also raised the morale of these easily satisfied children. In just 20 minutes, the applause and laughter did not stop, especially the protagonist's student. The applause from the audience made this child seem like he was injected with chicken blood. Originally, he only needed to do one somersault before making a move, but when he was excited, he did several somersaults in succession. There were even parents who shouted, "Good!" There was also a student who played the villain monster in a dinosaur suit. Before he fell to the ground, he improvised a little and died more skillfully. It was probably because he saw Ultraman beat up the little monster. The judges sitting in the front row laughed. They are all promising talents. After Zheng Tan appeared, it also triggered a discussion. Hey, there's an animal too. Is it a monkey or a cat? I think it's a cat. Its tail is black, and it has cat ears. Jiao Ma, who was sitting in the audience, was even happier. She said to a few parents who she knew, that mythical animal is also my family. Chapter 201. As expected, little Pomelo's class won first place in the program. There were 3 programs in first place, a song and dance, a skit, and little Pomelo's drama. The judges gave a very high evaluation. This program trained the students' hands-on skills and teamwork. From the props to the background music, everything was done by the students. It also fully demonstrated filial piety, bravery, and harmony between humans and animals. Such comments directly increased the program score. Harmony between humans and animals was obviously referring to Zheng Tan's performance in the program. Zheng Tan blushed as he listened to the praises. Those people were getting more and more exaggerated. That little girl Yulisha really catered to his interests. She knew that the school wanted to use a program as a role model. In the end, her class's program really became a model representative. The awards and the school's June 1st gift pack of food made the group of children very excited. In addition, it was June 1st, tomorrow, and the students of the affiliated primary school would have a day off. It would be strange if they were in a bad mood. After the afternoon performance, they returned to the courtyard. Some parents who sat further away from Jiao Ma in the auditorium saw Jiao Ma with little Pomelo and Zheng Tan. They asked Jiao Ma, "Hey, the one who acted as the mythological beast was your family's black charcoal, right?" This kind of question never stopped. From the moment Zheng Tan left the auditorium until now, his ears were pulled like an airplane. Looking at him, one could tell that he was in a very bad mood. Zheng Tan didn't know if the people in the courtyard who were familiar with Zheng Tan would see him and say, "Look, mythological beast." Damn, just thinking about it made his mood worse. In order to avoid being called mythological beast, Zheng Tan didn't leave the building the next day, which was June 1st. It was a Wednesday. Jiao Yuan had to go to school and Jiao Ma had to go to work. Yulisha rented a CD and asked Xia Xian and little Pomelo to watch an idol drama together. Only Zhengtan was at home. Little Pomelo wanted to bring Zhengtan along, but Zhengtan didn't want to go out, and he felt too bored at home. Leaning on the balcony, Zhengtan listened to the singing of the birds on the 4th floor. Suddenly, his ears twitched. He listened carefully and then ran to Mao's door on the 3rd floor. As usual, Mao's door was left ajar. Zhengtan pushed the door open and entered. In the room, Mao and Qin Tao were each holding a bottle of beer and talking nonsense. Qin Tao must have skipped work to come here to play. As long as there were no important matters that needed to be signed and followed procedures, he would just stay in the company and come out to play when he had nothing to do. Seeing Zhengtan come in, Qin Tao asked Mao, "Why didn't this guy go out for a walk today? Don't you usually run around outside at this time? Maybe he's afraid of being called a divine beast." Mao laughed. "Oh? Tell me about it." Qin Tao was very curious about this name. Mao told him what happened yesterday. Qin Tao also laughed. "Isn't it good to be called that? Why are you shy?" "Shy my ass." Zhengtan should be glad that the term, divine beast, was still more proper at this time. Qin Tao sat on the chair and crossed his leg. The leg that was crossed was not wearing a shoe. Zhengtan looked at the shoe on the ground and then looked at the balcony 2 steps away. He raised his paw and hooked the leather shoe and threw it out. The leather shoe drew an arc in the air and then went over the railing of the balcony and fell down. Mao was speechless. F***ck. Qin Tao jumped to the edge of the balcony and looked down. His leather shoe was already lying on the ground below the building. Stepping on the slippers, he ran down to pick up the shoe. Qin Tao complained, "Cats are all narrow-minded." He was a little short on funds recently. Some time ago, he was scolded by his father for not doing his job properly and even had his pocket money deducted. Therefore, it was better not to spend money recklessly. If it was 2 weeks ago, he would not pick up the leather shoe that fell down the building. He would buy a new one directly. "Hey, I advise you not to say too many bad things about it," Mao said. "Why?" Qin Tao put on the shoe that he had carelessly wiped to prevent it from being thrown down again. "I heard that there is a single room for this guy in the night building. An exclusive room. When I go there to play, even if I can't find my senior, I'm counting on this one," Mao said. In fact, if he really wanted an exclusive room for himself, Mao could just mention it. For the sake of Celestine and Mao's background, Yi Hao would not have any objections. But Mao thought it was troublesome and also cost money. As for Qin Tao, he was short on money recently. Even if he went there to play, he would not spend money on a single room, let alone an exclusive room. "That's it?" Qin Tao's face was full of disbelief. Was the head of the night building's boss eaten by a cat? The two of them complained about how cats were treated better than humans. Then Qin Tao mentioned black rice. "Why does your black rice feel so quiet? Is it sick? You're not a good father," Qin Tao said. Zhengtan thought about it and walked to the balcony to take a look. There was a winter cushion on the balcony. Black rice was lying on its side and sleeping with its eyes closed. It did not curl up into a ball like before and looked lazy. Mao did not care much. "My black rice is doing well. I even took a few pictures for people to see. They said that it got fat. This proves that I feed the cat well. Although black rice has been quiet recently, it has a good appetite. Other than cat food, I also asked people to help it steam fish for a change of taste. When the weather is good, black rice will lie outside and sleep in the sun." During this period of time, when Mao went to Jiao Wei's family's small restaurant, he would ask Jiao Wei's mother to help him steam some finger-long small fish. At first, Jiao Wei's mother saw these small fish when she was selling vegetables. Seeing that these small fish were fresh, she bought some and fried them herself to cook. Later, Mao Er liked it and wanted to let his daughter enjoy it. So, he spent more money to ask Jiao Wei's mother to cook some fresh fish for cats. Now, when Mao Er went to get food, there would be another small lunch box with steamed fish for black rice to adjust its appetite. It is indeed a little fat. Qin Tao stood at the door and looked at black rice lying there. He thought about it and said in a joking tone, "Don't tell me it has kittens." Bullshit. Mao Er was angry. It took off its shoe and threw it. How is that possible? Then, Mao remembered that black rice had not been hanging out with the other cats in the courtyard recently. He had been keeping an eye on it when it walked around the courtyard, so he said with certainty, "I've been keeping an eye on it. How could there be a kitten?" Zheng Tan stood at the door and looked at black rice. When she turned around, she saw Qin Tao and Mao staring at her suspiciously like they were looking at a strange uncle. Zheng Tan. F***ck. I'm not a beast to the point of sleeping with a cat. Although it was a cat now, a cat had a human heart. Zheng Tan couldn't get over the psychological barrier of a cat. It wasn't bad to fantasize about big-breasted girls. Zheng Tan originally wanted to listen to the two gossip, but now he didn't have the mood to stay. He decided to come here less in the future. Otherwise, if anything happened in the future, he would be blamed for it and it would be hard to explain. When he went out, Zheng Tan saw the automatic feeding machine in the living room. Mao Er was a lazy guy. It ate black rice whenever it wanted. It wasn't strange that it got fat. However, Zheng Tan still felt that something was wrong. 2 days later, after dinner, Zheng Tan was lying on the sofa with Jiao Ma watching a melodramatic soap opera. Mao Er came over. After a simple conversation with Jiao Ma, it found an excuse to drag Zheng Tan away. Zheng Tan was still a little confused. When he went downstairs, he felt that Mao Er, who was walking in front of him, was emitting a dark and oppressive aura. When they reached the 3rd floor and entered the house, Mao Er squatted down facing Zheng Tan. It gritted its teeth and said, "Tell me the truth, you really didn't." Mao Er scratched its head. "Black rice has kittens. Are they yours?" Zheng Tan. F***ck. She really did have them. If yes, waggle your tail. If no, waggle your tail sideways. Zheng Tan decisively wagged his tail sideways. He wagged his tail sideways a few times. F***ck, this water can't be poured on me. It's not you? Mao Er frowned and stared at Zheng Tan. It seemed to be trying to determine if Zheng Tan's denial was true. If it's not you, then who is it? Mao Er sat on the floor and scratched its head, trying to figure out which bastard cat it was. It turned out that Mao Er had nothing to do today. It remembered that Qin Tao said that black rice had gotten fatter recently. It felt uneasy and decided to bring it to the pet center for a checkup and a bath. Mao Er had been lazy recently. Even black rice hadn't been bathed for a few weeks. At most, Mao Er would wash its paws. When it was brought to the pet center for a checkup, the vet told Mao Er that the cat was about 4 weeks pregnant. To Mao Er, this was a bolt out of the blue. Then the vet told Mao Er some things to pay attention to. He told Mao Er that the kitten would be born in a month and to be prepared in advance. Another bolt out of the blue. A month? So fast? Don't they say 3 cats and 4 dogs? How can it be born in 2 months? Mao Er asked. The vet calmly put a booklet on the care of pregnant cats into Mao Er's hands. You misunderstood. Cats and dogs give birth in about 2 months. As for 3 cats and 4 dogs, some say that cats give birth 3 times a year, while dogs give birth 4 times a year. Some say that cats and dogs have different timings. But these are not important. What's important is that you know that your cat will give birth in a month. You have to be more careful. At that time, Mao Er was only focused on listening to the vet's advice. Its mind was still thinking about how to make trouble for the cats in the courtyard. Its mood was really a mess. After buying several types of cat food recommended by the veterinarian, Mao brought the cats back. It sat on the sofa with the book the veterinarian gave it and struggled for the whole afternoon. In the end, it couldn't help but go upstairs and call Zheng Tan down. From Mao Er's point of view, Zheng Tan was the biggest suspect. As a cat's father, it always felt that its own cat was the best. Black Rice would definitely not like a cat of poor quality. Among the cats in the courtyard, Black Rice was the best. Now that the cat denied it, Mao Er believed that the cat in front of it wouldn't lie to it. But if it wasn't this cat, then which bastard cat could it be? Mao Er thought about the cats around it one by one, wondering which one its daughter would like. Huang, the eunuch, was eliminated first. Was it the sheriff? Or the fat guy on the first floor? But when it took Black Rice out, it didn't seem to be very close to those two. No matter what, no matter how hard it tried, it still couldn't prevent it. Zheng Tan looked at Mao Er's confused face and then looked around. Black Rice was lying in its cat bed, still lying on its side. There was a book on taking care of pregnant cats and kittens on the sofa. It seemed that Mao Er would be very busy in the future. Leaving Mao Er there confused, Zheng Tan quickly ran away. He didn't want to get into trouble. After all, he didn't do it, so no one could blame him. Chapter 202. Ever since Zheng Tan was called over by Mao for questioning, Zheng Tan didn't go there again. In order to make the people in the villa complex forget about the mythical animal, Zheng Tan didn't go out much for the next few days. Jiao Ma sent the recorded video to Jiao Pa so that he could watch it and have some fun. Later, during the international video call, Jiao Pa mentioned it, saying that their cat was originally a mythical animal, and that Manekiniko was also a mythical animal. During the international video call, Jiao Ma also mentioned that she was going to take the two children and a cat to the countryside to play during the summer vacation. Jiao Ma's father, Old Master Gu, had mentioned it many times that he missed the children. It was good to go and play. Zheng Tan was lying on the balcony, thinking about what to do at Old Master Gu's place when he suddenly heard a cat meowing downstairs. Meow. Meow. Zheng Tan knew who it was as soon as he heard the sound. However, this guy hadn't come over for a long time. Where was he going to pick a fight today? Peanut Candy was now an adult and was obviously one size bigger than Zheng Tan. It was usually the king of the pet center. Other than its mother, this guy wasn't afraid of anyone. However, in front of Zheng Tan, Peanut Candy still retained some of its childhood habits. From a human's point of view, Peanut Candy treated Zheng Tan as an elder. As for other cats, this guy didn't give them any face at all. Zheng Tan was about to go downstairs to see who this guy was going to pick a fight with when he heard a cat meowing from the balcony on the third floor. The two cats were meowing at each other. Zheng Tan felt that something was wrong. He stuck his head out from the balcony and looked down. Black Rice, who had been lazy for the past few days, was sticking its head out of the balcony and meowing downstairs. Zheng Tan looked at the cat's head on the third floor and then at Peanut Candy, who was meowing excitedly downstairs. F***CK. It can't be. When did these two hook up? Not only did Zheng Tan understand, but Mao also figured it out. A month ago, there was a salon at the pet center. Mao took Black Rice to the pet center for a bath and participated in the salon. He even successfully hit on a pretty girl. Since Black Rice didn't usually run around, it would come over as soon as Mao called for it. Plus, the pet center had security measures to prevent cats from running out, so Mao wasn't too worried at that time. Perhaps that was when they hooked up. Or perhaps even earlier. When Mao went to look for the great aunt, he had left the Black Rice at the pet center. Perhaps they had known each other at that time. Although animals' estrus was mainly affected by hormones, sometimes they had to look at each other. Some people raised a male and female cat for a few years, but they just couldn't get along. Mao looked at the cat downstairs with a gloomy face. He remembered this cat. It was from the pet center. It was called Candy Peanut. He heard that it had replaced its mother as the overlord there. He couldn't just let the cat keep meowing. It wouldn't be good to disturb the people around. Mao went downstairs and unlocked the door. Zheng Tan watched Candy Peanut go downstairs. He hesitated if he should go up to the third floor to see what was going on. However, when he thought about how he almost got caught, Zheng Tan got angry. It was rare to catch Candy Peanut, so he had to teach it a lesson. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. On the third floor, when Peanut Candy climbed upstairs, Black Rice was already pacing back and forth in front of her house. The moment the two met, they were very affectionate, rubbing against each other. Seeing this, Mao felt even more depressed, and because of this, it found Peanut Candy even more unpleasant. It took out the fishing rod that it usually used to play with the cat and waved it threateningly at Peanut Candy. Candy Peanut saw this and bared its teeth at Mao. Its fur stood up and it growled aggressively. "I'm telling you, get out of here after you're done watching. Don't ever come here again, or I'll beat you to death." Mao waved the plastic rod in its hand and pretended to hit it. Candy Peanut growled even louder. When Zheng Tan went in through the half-closed door, he saw the man and the cat staring at each other as if they were enemies. Black Rice was calmly squatting at the side, as if it was confused about why the two were acting like this. Glancing at the man and the cat in a deadlock, Zheng Tan walked over. Couldn't the two of them have a calm discussion? Peanut Candy's IQ wasn't low among cats, and she had fully inherited her parents' strengths. She had been in contact with people for a long time, so she could understand some of their words. However, she was still young, so she wasn't as experienced as her parents. Otherwise, she wouldn't have directly confronted Mao here. Seeing Zheng Tan come in, the deadlock eased a little. Candy Peanut walked to Zheng Tan's side and meowed. Zheng Tan narrowed his eyes and slapped Candy Peanut. This kid's good deed almost got him into trouble. Candy Peanut was a little confused by this slap. Its eyes were full of innocence. "Meow, meow my ass. You're still pretending to be innocent?" Another slap. Candy Peanut dropped its ears, shrunk its head, closed its eyes, and obediently squatted there to be slapped. In fact, Zheng Tan had held back a lot when she slapped Peanut Candy. At most, she had used a little more force than when the sheriff and the others were playing around. With Peanut Candy's tolerance, this little bit of force was nothing to it. Perhaps it also knew that the black cat in front of it, who had watched it grow up, wouldn't really hurt it. Seeing the situation in front of it, Mao was even more depressed. He didn't close the door just now because he wanted to threaten and scare this naughty cat to test its courage. It would be best if it could back off and never come back again. He didn't expect this guy to be so fierce. It wasn't afraid of him at all and even looked like it wanted to fight. At first, Mao sighed in its heart. No wonder its daughter liked this guy. He was brave and manly enough. But in the blink of an eye, this guy seemed to have changed. It didn't even dare to fart after being slapped by Black Coal upstairs. Even its claws were retracted. Was this King illegitimate child? Black Coal, is this guy your son? Mao sat on the sofa in the living room, twirling the plastic stick in its hand as it asked. Zheng Tan glanced at Mao angrily. T. Why are you blaming me for everything? Before Zheng Tan could protest, Mao muttered to itself, it doesn't look like it. You can't make it like this. This cat is so much bigger than you, and it has long hair. Its father must be a big long-haired cat. Zheng Tan retracted the foot that was about to kick Mao in the face. He thought that Mao probably hadn't connected Candy Peanut to Yihao's Monseigneur. However, Monseigneur often followed Master Tang VII. Had Mao ever seen him? Many female cats ignored male cats during pregnancy, and might even attack them. However, Black Rice's attitude towards Candy Peanut was quite good. Candy Peanut stayed there with Black Rice for a while before leaving. When it left, Air Mao threatened it with the plastic stick. "Don't you dare come here again. Otherwise, I'll beat you up every time I see you." Candy Peanut bared its teeth and looked like it couldn't be bothered. Air Mao was so angry that it almost fainted. He didn't know if Candy Peanut understood Air Mao's words, but Zheng Tan didn't see it in the courtyard for the next week. Air Mao didn't let Xiao Guo and the others know about this at all. It was probably afraid that Xiao Guo would come and snatch the cat. Now, Xiao Guo and Li Yuanba's cat mother, Li Yan, were getting closer and closer. They were already discussing marriage and becoming a family. Candy Peanut and Li Yuanba had already lived in the pet center and treated it as their home. Therefore, Candy Peanut was also Xiao Guo's. Air Mao was afraid that Xiao Guo wouldn't snatch the big cat, but the small cat. In addition, Air Mao was still angry at Candy Peanut and Xiao Guo, so it kept the matter a secret. During this time, it took Black Rice to another pet hospital for a checkup. Because Black Rice had been pregnant for more than 6 weeks, in order to better understand Black Rice's condition and see if there was a possibility of a difficult birth and a cesarean section, it performed abdominal palpation, B-mode ultrasound, X-ray, and other analysis. It was confirmed that everything was fine. It also checked the number of kittens. There were only 2. It was said that when a cat was pregnant, it should be avoided to take it to other places. Even if it was in an animal hospital, the virus that might exist there could be very dangerous for it. Air Mao decided not to take Black Rice out for a while. The veterinarian saw Air Mao's hesitation and comforted it. It was just a cat giving birth, not a human. There was no need to make it so complicated. Most female cats could solve the birth problem by themselves. At most, they could help by the side. After asking about some things to pay attention to, Air Mao decided to behave before the kittens were born and not run out often. Air Mao also called Celestine, Qin Tao, and his brother Wang Bin, one by one to inform them. "Don't come to my place if there's nothing important. If there's anything, just call me directly." According to the recommendation in the brochure, Air Mao bought a nest with a roof. This kind of nest could block out the light and make the cat feel safe in a dark environment. But Black Rice didn't like it and still wanted to stay in its original nest. Air Mao moved Black Rice's nest to the study room. The study room in the house was not used much anyway. The second bedroom was full of the landlord's things and the door of the second bedroom was basically never opened. Air Mao usually used the study room to store food. Now, it simply cleaned it up. When the curtains were closed, it was still dark. Black Rice looked at it and didn't object. One day, when Zheng Tan was walking outside, he met Air Mao, who went to Jiao Wei's restaurant to get food. Air Mao mentioned it to him. "Black Coal, you see, there are only 2 kittens. I thought there would be more. I used to know a person whose cat gave birth to 6 kittens. Air Mao sighed and felt lucky at the same time. It was better to have fewer kittens. Hearing this, Zheng Tan couldn't help but remember that Li Yuanba only gave birth to 1 kitten, Peanut Candy. Was it because of the Monseigneur's special genes that he couldn't give birth to too many kittens? However, quality was more important than quantity. Zheng Tan believed that with the special genes of the Monseigneur, even if it had been diluted for 2 generations, it wouldn't be too bad. Besides, Li Yuanba was so strong, and Black Rice was not simple either. This family of 3 generations of cats, were they going to dominate Chuhua City in the future? "Hey, Black Coal, what do you think the 2 kittens should be named after they come out?" Air Mao said as it grabbed the leaves of an unknown plant in the flower bed. "Name?" Zheng Tan thought for a while. "Black Rice, Peanut Candy. Just call them Peanuts." Air Mao also thought of peanuts, but it felt that when it mentioned peanuts, it would think of the 2 kittens' father, Peanut Candy, and it didn't feel good. We can't call them peanuts. Just call them Demi and Xiaomi. I just don't know what the kitten's fur color will be. I hope it will be more like black rice. Mao looked expectant. Chapter 203. Zheng Tan was lying on the bamboo mat sofa in the house. He yawned, turned around, and looked at the calendar hanging on the wall in the living room. It was July today. Little Pomelo and Jiao Yuan were busy with their final exams. Summer vacation was coming soon. In order to have a better summer vacation, they were all working hard to get good grades. As for the college entrance exam, it was already over. Zheng Tan saw Zhong Yan at the construction site when he went out for a walk 2 weeks ago. Zhong Yan seemed to be in a good mood, so he must have done well. Perhaps this was the first time he had taken the exam so easily. He didn't have to hide his abilities or worry about other things. He just had to do his best. At the end of June, the college entrance exam results were out. Zheng Tan didn't go far these days. He was basically hanging around the school. A few families in the building knew that Mao's black rice was going to have kittens. However, cats were not like dogs. They were very cautious of people. Nobody went over often. They only bought food for black rice occasionally. Jiao Ma was the same. She would buy food and send it over every few days. Zheng Tan had only been there once recently, and it was with Mama Jiao. Black rice's condition was fine, but Mao was not. This guy was neurotic and had dark circles under his eyes. Zheng Tan didn't know what he was worried about. If his wife gave birth in the future, would he be worried for 10 months? Celestine and Qin Tao came a few times, but they didn't enter the house. Mao didn't let them in. If they came, they would find a place to eat and talk so that they wouldn't disturb black rice. Zheng Tan was thinking about when black rice would give birth to kittens when his ears twitched. He looked at the door. Black coal, go out and eat. It was Mao. Although Celestine didn't go to Mao's place when he came, he would call Mao and Zheng Tan to chat in the woods not far from the eastern courtyard. Every time he came, he would bring some food. There were stone tables and stone stools in the woods. Aside from the bird poop, it was quite comfortable to sit there. Zheng Tan and Mao went out of the building. Celestine was already waiting in front of the building. Just like the previous few times, he was carrying a bag with some food and cold beer. They came to the forest and wiped off the bird droppings on the stone bench. Then, 2 people and a cat sat down. Celestine placed a disposable paper bowl on top of the cold dishes and the sliced duck he bought from a shop near the school gate. He was finally engaged and was planning to hold the wedding in October of this year. It's decided? When I have time, I'll prepare a big gift. Oh, I'll also buy a pair of mandarin ducks for you. Mao said. Don't send mandarin ducks. I saw a report a while ago that mandarin ducks change partners. It's not as beautiful as people say, Celestine replied. Then I'll just give you 2 figurines. Not bad. Oh, by the way, your black rice hasn't been born yet? Celestine looked at Mao's sleepy face and asked. I've been annoyed recently. Didn't they say it would be born in 2 months? It's been 2 months and there's still no news. I called the vet at the veterinary hospital and he said that some cats do indeed have a late birth. It's also common for cats to give birth after more than a week. A few days ago, a cat friend's cat gave birth after 65 days of pregnancy. Celestine curled his lips. He still felt that Mao was too nervous. It was just a cat. Did it have to be so nervous? Don't be happy. When your wife gives birth, you might not be better than me, Mao said. That's my wife. Of course I'm nervous. Is that your wife? Look at you. If other people knew about this, they would be so shocked that their eyeballs would fall out. I didn't know you liked cats so much. After a pause, Wei Ling added, you've become a cat slave. Mao hummed and didn't explain. It just ate and drank silently. Zheng Tan squatted beside it and ate while listening to the two chatting. Speaking of the kittens in the future, what should they do when they grow up? Should they be sent away or kept? Mao hadn't decided yet, but it definitely wouldn't sell it or give it to the people at the pet center. It would wait and see. If Black Rice wants to kick the kittens out of the house when they grow up, then we'll see. If she doesn't, then I'll keep them all. Tisk, in your small place, you want to keep 3 cats? Don't you think it's troublesome? Celestine didn't think that was a good idea. Besides, not every cat was like the black cat in front of him. If the 3 cats quarreled, it would be troublesome for Mao. After eating and drinking, the afternoon sun was still hot. Celestine went back to the company. He had something to do in the neighborhood today, so he dropped by to have a chat. Knowing that Black Rice's due date was approaching, the Jiao family's most anxious person was Jiao Ma. She asked about Black Rice every day. Zheng Tan also listened to the movements on the 3rd floor when he was at home. If it was the same as usual, then it probably wasn't due yet. As the days passed, Mao became more and more nervous. Every once in a while, it would go to the study to check. It didn't even have the mood to surf the internet. It called the veterinarian several times a day to ask about Black Rice. It even asked a veterinarian to come over to check on Black Rice. However, when the veterinarian stood at the door, Mao immediately pushed him out of the house. However, the veterinarian was also a real doctor. Although he didn't observe Black Rice for long, he could tell that there was nothing serious. It didn't matter if it was a few days late, as long as the cat was healthy. A few days later, Mao woke up in the morning to pee. It wasn't very awake yet. It watched horror movies until late last night to distract itself, so it couldn't get up this morning. It was because it had to pee that it woke up. After it wobbled to the toilet and peed, it habitually walked to the study. Every morning after peeing, it would take a look at the study. Otherwise, Mao wouldn't be able to fall asleep even if it continued to lie on the bed. However, when it took a look, Mao's half-opened eyes widened. With the dim light coming in through the curtains, Mao saw the extra little lump in the cat bed. It was different in color from the cat bed and Black Rice's. F***ck. Mao was completely awake. It carefully approached the cat bed. Just as it took a step, it thought of something and retreated quietly. It ran back to the room to take out a pair of gloves it had prepared in advance and came to the study again. Black Rice was probably tired and was lying there sleeping. When it noticed Mao approaching, its ears twitched and its eyes opened a little. It looked at Mao and went back to sleep. It wasn't like other cats that were unusually vigilant towards their owners. This made Mao very happy. It was indeed its daughter. Mao reached out its hand to touch the kitten. Seeing that Black Rice didn't have any other reaction, it boldly picked up the kitten and carefully looked at it. It didn't have any missing arms or legs and looked very healthy. Its 2 soft, fluffy little ears didn't stand up either. It was said that it would only stand up after 3 weeks. Its eyes didn't open either. It had to wait for a week. This was a tricolored cat. The black and yellow fur on its back covered a little more area, but its belly was more white. Mao didn't know how to tell the gender of a cat, let alone a kitten like this. However, it was said that tricolored cats were mostly female. Well, Black Rice had a daughter. After carefully observing the small lump in its palm, Mao remembered that there should be another one. It gently put the kitten down. He read in a book that if a kitten had a human scent, the big cat would feel unfamiliar and wouldn't feed it. It might even bite the kitten to death. Therefore, Mao prepared gloves in advance. One was to prevent his scent from leaving on the kitten, and the other was to prevent his germs from spreading to the kitten. After all, he didn't pay much attention to personal hygiene, so Mao felt that it was better to be careful. When it put the kitten down, Mao gently rubbed the kitten against Black Rice. Even if there was a scent, it would be fine as long as it had the scent of the mother cat. After putting down the tricolored kitten, Mao looked at the nest. He didn't notice it earlier, but now he realized that the second kitten's fur was similar to Black Rice's. They were both black and white, but there was a slight difference in the black and white patches. Mao gently picked up the kitten. This one was also very healthy, but, looking at the kitten's face in front of him, Mao's mood suddenly worsened. This black and white kitten had a black mole on the side of its mouth. Peanut also had a yellow mole on the side of his mouth. The only difference was the color. However, when Mao looked at this little kitten, he would think of this little kitten's bastard father. Although he didn't want to see the mole beside the kitten's mouth, Mao still carefully put the kitten back beside Black Rice. After stroking Black Rice for a while, Mao prepared to leave. When he got up, he remembered that he wasn't there when Black Rice gave birth last night. He didn't know which one was born first. Then which one was Rice. Looking at it, Mao felt that the two were about the same size. He couldn't judge them based on size. Thinking about the mole beside the black and white kitten's mouth, Mao decided that this one was Little Me, and the tricolored one was Rice. After making up his mind, Mao looked at the black and white kitten that was drinking milk. He thought to himself, why do you have an extra mole? It would be great if you didn't have a mole. Why don't you learn from your father? After leaving the study, Mao was still excited. He looked back at the study. He heard that kittens were more afraid of light when they were born. The curtains in the study were drawn, so it should be fine. Zheng Tan heard the unusual movements in Mao's room that day. Usually, Mao would still be sleeping at this time and wouldn't be as diligent as it was today. He guessed that the kitten was born. However, he only went downstairs with Jiao Ma the next day to take a look. Jiao Ma didn't go into the study either. She just looked at the door. Black Rice was still very wary of anyone other than Mao. Even Zheng Tan couldn't get close to the cat's nest. Whenever he did, Black Rice would growl. For a short period of time, Black Rice wouldn't let the two kittens out of its sight. They basically only moved around the cat's nest. Mao moved the kitten's bowl to the study so that Black Rice wouldn't walk around. At most, Black Rice would poop or take a walk. Black Rice would only leave for a short period of time, but it wouldn't go too far. When he saw the mole on the black and white kitten's mouth, Zheng Tan was overjoyed. The mole was so accurate. It was just like its father. Little Pomelo and Jiao Yuan also wanted to see the kittens, but Jiao Ma said that they should wait for a while. It was better not to disturb them now. When Zheng Tan followed Jiao Ma to see the kittens again, a week had passed. The two kittens looked much stronger than when they were born. Their fur was also thicker. Their eyes were open a little, but not completely. Chapter 204. Mao was on the phone in the bedroom. Ever since Little Rice and Little Rice were born, Black Rice had taken good care of the two kittens. Everything was going well. Mao was relieved, and its anxiousness gradually disappeared. It returned to its original state, and it was probably going out with someone recently. Zheng Tan went in through the half-closed door, and stood at the door of the study to look at the kitten's nest. Black Rice was eating outside the nest. After noticing Zheng Tan at the door, it just glanced at him and ignored him. However, if Zheng Tan walked into the study, Black Rice would definitely roar. So every time Zheng Tan came, he just looked at the door out of curiosity and never went in. The kittens had been born for 2 weeks, and they had recently started to grow teeth. They had also become stronger and more coordinated. When Black Rice wasn't around, they would crawl around in the nest and sometimes out of the nest. Mao had asked someone to check. The black and white kitten with a mole at the corner of its mouth was male. Mao had even proudly posted in the pet forum that its daughter had given birth to a pair of twins. There was a layer of carpet outside the cat's nest, which was specially prepared by Mao so that the kittens wouldn't be cold when they crawled out. Mao felt that it should be careful even on a hot day. After all, they were kittens, not big cats. Zheng Tan had seen some kittens a few weeks old when he was filming an advertisement at the pet center. In comparison, the special genes of Monseigneur were probably too strong. These two kittens were about the same size as a 3-week-old kitten, and their fur was longer and thicker than 3-week-old short-haired domestic kittens. They were about the same size as their father, Peanut Candy. It was said that short-haired cats opened their eyes earlier than long-haired cats. Not only did these two kittens open their eyes earlier than other cats, but they were also bigger. They often crawled out of the cat's nest energetically and searched everywhere. However, they still couldn't stand straight, and their limbs trembled when they crawled. When Zheng Tan was looking at the two kittens, they had just woken up and realized that black rice wasn't there. They started to make a fuss again, and when they saw that no one was paying attention, they leaned on the edge of the cat's nest and looked out. Then, with a push, they flipped out of the cat's nest and rolled on the carpet. Black Rice looked over and continued eating. He was probably used to these two messing around. When the two kittens were crawling on the carpet, Zheng Tan looked at them. Their ears were not fully erect, but they would still move because of the sounds outside. After Black Rice brought the two kittens back to their nest, Zheng Tan left and went upstairs. Tomorrow, Jiao Ma would leave Chu Hua City with little Pomelo, Jiao Yuan, and Zheng Tan to spend the summer vacation in Jiao Ma's hometown. Before he left, Zheng Tan came over to check on the two kittens. When he came back, the two kittens would probably be throwing a tantrum in the house. He just didn't know if they would be like their father. If these two kittens were to stay in the compound in the future, it would be difficult for the compound to be peaceful. However, he heard that once the kittens grew up, the mother cat would chase them away. When he heard Celestine and Mao's conversation that day, Zheng Tan thought that Candy Peanut would often patrol this area. If it wasn't for Zheng Tan's mediation, Candy Peanut would probably fight with the sheriff and Depang every time she came to the compound. Then, when the two kittens grew up, would the father and daughter start a war? Cats were very territorial. Monseigneur and Candy Peanut were very territorial. Kittens that inherited Monseigneur's bloodline were very likely to not be kind cats. It was said that there was no father-son relationship on the battlefield. He didn't know if the rule of wild cats in nature would be played out here. Maybe when the time came, Mao would have to send these two out. After summer vacation, little Pomelo and Jiao Yuan stayed at home all day to do their homework. The sooner they finished, the sooner they could go out to play. They didn't want to bring their homework with them. That way, they wouldn't be able to have fun. For little Pomelo, at most, she would leave some space in her homework for writing essays and diaries. She would make up for it when the time came. Right now, they were almost done with their homework. Jiao Ma didn't have much to do, so she called old Master Gu and told him that she would be coming over. The next morning, when the sun wasn't that strong, the three Jiao family members carried their packed luggage downstairs. Jiao Ma had already driven the car for maintenance. She didn't want anything to happen to the two children because of the car. The air conditioner in the car was turned on. Zheng Tan sat in the front passenger seat. Little Pomelo and Jiao Yuan sat in the back, preparing for a game of chess. Zheng Tan took a nap. When he looked out of the window again, he saw that they had already exited the highway. There were many aquaculture ponds outside. There were many aquaculture businesses in this area. It was said that there were almost 4,000 fishermen here. The total area of the fish farm was huge. In addition to the four main types of fish, there were also mandarin fish, eels, turtles, shrimps, crabs, and so on. Anyway, Zheng Tan didn't have to worry about not being able to eat fish here. In addition to the famous fish ponds, there were also some experimental fields here. Sometimes, new varieties of fruits that were about to hit the market could be eaten here in advance. Many people here made a fortune from aquaculture. Many roads in the village were well repaired. That was why Zheng Tan was able to sleep until now. He didn't have to wake up because of the bad roads. Look, someone is fishing. Jiao Yuan had stopped playing chess. He pointed outside and shouted. He liked to come here because he could fish and catch shrimps here. It was fun. Zheng Tan saw that someone was fishing in a pond. He guessed that they were going to transport the fish there. There was also a truck parked next to it. Sit properly. Jiao Ma scolded from the front. Jiao Yuan didn't move. He just leaned against the car window and looked outside. There were some children in the village helping around. Jiao Yuan didn't know what they were doing. Little Pomelo was also very curious. Although she didn't say anything, it was obvious from the look in her eyes. Old Master Gu and Old Madam Gu had been waiting at the door for a long time. When they saw the car, they smiled so widely that their eyes narrowed. Zheng Tan looked around. There was a dog with a tail wagging happily beside the two elders. Its back was black, and there were some white spots on its chest and legs. The funniest thing was that there were 2 white spots on the dog's eyebrows. During the Lunar New Year, when Zheng Tan came, he didn't see this dog. It must have been caught after the Lunar New Year. It didn't look like it had reached adulthood. The half-grown dog looked quite energetic. When it saw the car approaching, it retreated behind Old Master Gu. However, it wasn't afraid and looked curiously in their direction. When they saw Jiao Ma and Jiao Yuan, they were very happy, especially little Pomelo. When Old Master Gu saw little Pomelo get out of the car, he went up to little Pomelo despite his old age. You've gained weight. Our little Pomelo has grown again. After Zheng Tan got out of the car, the half-grown dog that had been standing behind Old Master Gu barked at Zheng Tan ferociously. However, when it was about 20 centimeters away from Zheng Tan, it stopped abruptly. It didn't bite and continued barking. Its eyebrows twitched. Zheng Tan looked at the half-grown dog in front of him and thought to himself, this guy's facial expressions are quite rich. After parking the car, Old Master Gu led them into the house. The room had already been tidied up. Last week, your mother removed insects from the front and back of the house. There are a lot of mosquitoes and sometimes snakes in the summer. But don't worry, I've already done some protection. Pomelo isn't afraid. Old Master Gu held little Pomelo's hand as he walked in front. The first half of his sentence was directed at Jiao Ma, while the second half was directed at little Pomelo. Zheng Tan looked at Jiao Yuan. The child didn't care about Old Master Gu's favoritism at all. His gaze fell on the fishing gear in the house, and his eyes lit up. If it weren't for Jiao Ma standing beside him, the child would have probably gone up to play with it. Old Master Gu's dog was called Ertong. Old Madam Gu said that she had thought that the dog's eyebrows were very interesting, just like Ertong in Mahjong, so she named it that way. Hearing the name Ertong, Zheng Tan couldn't help but wonder if it wasn't a combination of Ertong and rice bucket. At this time, Ertong wasn't just staring at Zheng Tan. 3 strangers had come. It was also very smart. After barking twice at the beginning and being scolded by Old Master Gu, it stopped barking. It probably knew that the 3 people weren't bad people and should be treated with friendliness. Then it followed them around, wagging its curled tail happily. Old Madam Gu washed some grapes and brought them over. Someone had sent them over 2 days ago. The 2 elders couldn't bear to eat them, so they left them for Jiao Ma and the others today. There were also some fruits from the experimental field that had just entered the market this year. They washed them and put them in the fruit basket. Old Master Gu used to be a cadre in the village. After retirement, he still had some prestige in the village and was quite popular. Old Master Gu often said, "What's the use of bank cards these days? Sometimes you still have to show your face." Therefore, Old Master Gu valued his reputation and often boasted in front of his daughter. He had 2 daughters, but he didn't have the face to talk about what his younger daughter had done in the village. The villagers only knew that Old Master Gu's younger daughter was earning a lot of money overseas. His granddaughter had the same surname as him, so old Master Gu directly called her granddaughter. He kept asking little Pomelo to call him grandfather. People who didn't know the truth would think that old Master Gu had married a son-in-law who had moved in with his family. After arriving here and resting for a day, Jiao Yuan couldn't wait any longer and wanted to go out to play. Old Master Gu gave them 2 small shovels and a small plastic bucket to dig for earthworms in the backyard. Zheng Tan stayed by the side and watched them dig for earthworms. Little Pomelo was a little scared at first, but gradually, she let go. After a few shovels, she directly grabbed the earthworms with her hands and threw them into the small plastic bucket. When the earthworms were almost done, old Master Gu gave the 2 children a straw hat each and found a few wooden poles of suitable length. He also found a cotton thread that he hadn't used at home. It wasn't too long, so he tied one end of the thread to the pole and went to a wild pond. The wild pond wasn't big. It used to be a fish pond, but it was filled in later. No one cared about it, but there were more prawns here. Some of the children in the village liked to come here to fish for prawns in the summer. There were some trees beside the wild pond to provide shade, so old Master Gu tied earthworms to them. This was the method that the children in the village often used to fish for prawns. It wasn't very particular, as long as they could catch it. It cost almost nothing. Jiao Yuan was experienced, so he didn't need old Master Gu to say much. He took the wooden pole and started, so old Master Gu taught little Pomelo alone. He also prepared a small fishing net at the side. People often said that prawns were stupid, and Zheng Tan felt that it was true. Jiao Yuan didn't place the pole very deep. After all, the pole was only about 1 meter long, and the cotton thread wasn't long either. Zheng Tan could see the earthworms that were tied to the end of the rope moving under the water. Then, not long after, a prawn came close. Zheng Tan saw the prawn's action of catching the earthworms. When Jiao Yuan lifted the pole, the prawn didn't let go. Zheng Tan came to the metal bucket and looked at the prawn that Jiao Yuan had just shaken off. The prawn was waving its small pincers at Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan snorted disdainfully. How stupid. Just wait to be eaten. Of course, not all prawns were like that. There were some that were smarter, especially the older ones. Zheng Tan squatted at the side and watched them fish for a while. He started to feel bored again. He couldn't do it himself, so he could only watch from the side. Looking around, Zheng Tan prepared to walk around. Don't go too far, little Pomelo reminded him. After a pause, she added, don't cause trouble. Chapter 205. Zheng Tan leisurely walked around the wild pond. There were some trees at the edge. Although they weren't very big, they could provide some shade under the sun at this time. There were many wild plants nearby. Zheng Tan found them familiar, but he could not name them. Some frogs or toads were standing on some floating branches in the wild pond and croaking. When they noticed Zheng Tan approaching, they immediately jumped into the water. Sometimes, some small fish could be seen swimming under the water. It was indeed a place of aquaculture. Fish could be seen everywhere. It was not necessarily someone who had deliberately thrown them here. It could also be that they had encountered some coincidental situations during the flood season. The cicadas in the trees were also arguing. They seemed to be competing to see who was louder. If it were in other places, there would definitely be some children fishing and shrimp around the wild pond during the summer vacation. However, the children here had probably played a lot since they were young. They did not care for it. They preferred to go to the big fish ponds to watch the fun. Occasionally, they could pick up a few big fish for free. It was said that recently, some college students with related majors had come to a nearby aquaculture base for internships. Some of them were doing scientific research and experiments. That was even more lively. Some children who were good at killing fish were also invited to help. The adults did not have the time. Even if they did, they would not care about the little reward. However, the children were different. For them, indoor work was not only rewarded, but also free air conditioning. Therefore, when Zheng Tan and the others came to the wild pond, they did not see any children in the village. As he was thinking, Zheng Tan's ears twitched. He heard a sudden movement in front of him. Someone was there. In Zheng Tan's impression, even if the children did not shout loudly, they would occasionally talk and laugh in low voices. Sometimes, they would even be in groups of 3 or 5. They would never be so quiet. There was no reason for them to suddenly make a noise now. Zheng Tan walked over quietly. The movement there suddenly became louder. There were some plants growing on the edge of the wild pond, blocking Zheng Tan's sight. At the same time, it also acted as a cover. The people on the other side of the wild pond would not easily notice Zheng Tan. The further they went, the narrower the wild pond became. They were almost at the end. On the other side was a little girl about the same age as little Pomelo. Not only were her clothes old, they were also crudely patched. Although the child looked about the same age as little Pomelo, the difference between her and little Pomelo was that this little girl looked rather thin. Her face wasn't yellow because she was already tanned, but she was really thin. Her little face didn't look like it had any flesh, unlike little Pomelo's fair and tender baby fat. The small arms and legs that were exposed outside also seemed to be wrapped in a layer of skin. There was no flesh to be felt. Her shoulder-length hair was probably cut by herself, as it didn't look very coordinated. When Zheng Tan looked over, the kid was in the middle of retracting his pole. No wonder there was a sudden commotion. Otherwise, Zheng Tan wouldn't have noticed that there was someone here so quickly. The kid was also fishing for prawns. There was a can of earthworms beside her. Zheng Tan could clearly see the earthworms wriggling inside. She was probably experienced. The child set up 3 poles at 3 places not far from each other. One of the earthworms on the pole probably couldn't take it anymore. After catching a prawn, the little girl grabbed a few more from the canned food bottle and replaced them with new ones. Earthworms weren't the most ideal bait for prawns, but the advantage was that they were easy to catch. It was just that they had to be replaced with live earthworms every now and then. Otherwise, if the earthworms died or were soaked for too long, the effect would be reduced, and they wouldn't be able to fool those old prawns. After replacing the earthworms with fresh ones, the little girl sat on the side and rested for 2 minutes. She got up and walked between the 3 poles lightly to see which one had the most movement. Zheng Tan walked over to take a look. There was a cracked plastic bucket fixed with a rope. There were already some crayfish in the bucket. It seemed that the kid had a good harvest. There were also some green prawns. There were many farmers in this place, and there were also green prawns. It wasn't strange to see green prawns here. As for the crayfish, this thing was originally an invasive species. It had strong adaptability and was widely distributed. Otherwise, why would it be called an invasive species? There was also a broken sickle beside the bucket. This kind of sickle was very common among farmers. However, Zheng Tan felt that it was strange for such a little girl to use a sickle. Just as he was thinking about something, Zheng Tan looked up and met the little girl's eyes. Zheng Tan rarely saw such a fierce look in a child's eyes. Even some gloomy children wouldn't be like this. This was because there was a strong killing intent in this child's eyes. Zheng Tan had no doubt that if the child was holding a sickle in her hand, she would definitely slash at him. However, this child didn't have a sickle now. Zheng Tan was really not afraid of this child. Instead, he had some thoughts of teasing her. Afraid that he would cause trouble? Not good for these prawns? I still want to cause trouble. Zheng Tan extended his claws and quickly patted the few bearing prawns in the bucket. It had to be said that Zheng Tan was sometimes so bored that his balls hurt. He wouldn't feel good if he didn't court death. A clod was thrown over. Zheng Tan reacted quickly and dodged. However, the clod of soil brushed past the edge of the bucket containing the prawns. The bucket was originally placed on an uneven surface, so after brushing past it, it fell over after a few swings. The little girl couldn't care less about Zhengtan. She quickly ran over and caught the prawns before they escaped and threw them back into the bucket. When she looked up again, she saw the black cat half hidden in the bushes. It poked its head out and looked over. When she got up, the black cat was already hiding in the bushes. There were a few rustling sounds in the bushes. When it stopped, the cat had already disappeared. The little girl standing in the same spot looked at the grass and frowned. She had a feeling that the cat was playing with her. However, when the cat was half hidden in the grass and looking over here, there was something wrong with its gaze. Many elders in the village said that black cats were more evil. Some said that they were spiritual creatures, while others said that they were evil. She didn't agree before. Wasn't it just a cat? It was purely to scare her. However, after what happened just now, she believed it a little. Zhengtan walked in the grass, feeling uneasy. It wasn't because the little girl threw the clod at him, but because of what he saw just now. When the little girl bent down to catch the prawns and threw them back into the plastic bucket, her clothes, which were already short, were lifted up, revealing part of her back. Zhengtan saw clearly that the girl's back was covered in scars, which seemed to be caused by a bamboo pole or other things. Originally, the girl's arms and legs also had some scars, but the scars were fainter. Zhengtan didn't care. He heard from old Master Gu that it was common for some children in the village to fight. When they fought, they didn't differentiate between men and women. It wasn't strange for them to be injured. However, looking at it now, it wasn't strange. The scars on the girl's back were new. Even Zhengtan felt pain just by looking at them, let alone a little girl who was the same age as little Pomelo. Abuse? Domestic violence? Zhengtan wagged his tail. Jiao Ma and little Pomelo both told him not to cause trouble, so he didn't intend to meddle in other people's business. Besides, he couldn't do anything even if he wanted to. Every family had its own difficulties. There were many families like this. Whether it was in the city or in the village, there was no shortage of parents who beat their children. Therefore, after strolling around for a while, Zhengtan caught a frog that popped out of nowhere and played with it for a while. Feeling much better, she looked at the sky and ran back to the place where little Pomelo and the others were fishing for prawns. When Zhengtan returned, Jiao Yuan was showing off a relatively old prawn. The prawn had two big, fiery red pincers. Jiao Ma liked to eat this kind of big pincers. The meat inside was tender. Little Pomelo was changing the bait and tying the earthworms. Old Master Gu caught 4 fat earthworms and put them on the rope. Little Pomelo only needed to tie the rope. Beside the rope were 2 dead earthworms. One of them had been snapped in half by the prawn. Old Master Gu tied at least 3 earthworms to little Pomelo every time. He guessed that one of the earthworms had been directly caught by the prawn, or the earthworm had escaped on its own. After fishing for more than half an hour, old Master Gu told the 2 children to stop fishing and get ready to go home. Seeing that little Pomelo still wanted to continue fishing, he smiled and said, "You can continue tomorrow. You still have a long summer vacation." Zhengtan looked at the metal bucket containing the prawns. It was already half full. It was definitely enough to make a dish. Dinner was very sumptuous, and Zhengtan also ate a full meal. When night fell, the villagers all took a bath in their own houses to cool off. They gossiped about the news around them and talked about the interesting things that happened that day. Old Master Gu moved the bamboo bed out of the house and even put a mosquito net on it. Little Pomelo stayed inside and listened to Old Master Gu talk about the past. As for Jiao Yuan, he was a restless person. He had already gone to catch fireflies with the children next door. Mosquito coils were lit next to him, but Zhengtan could still clearly hear the buzzing of the mosquitoes around him. Ertong panted with its mouth open and tongue out. After lying down for a while, it changed to a cooler place to lie down. During dinner, it provoked Zheng Tan. After being slapped by Zheng Tan, it became much more obedient. Wherever Zheng Tan was, it would stay at least 1 meter away from him. At night in the village, the wind was cool, and the temperature was much lower than in the city. Originally, Zheng Tan was beside the bamboo bed, listening to old Master Gu talk with little Pomelo. His ears twitched. Not far away, Jiao Ma and the old lady were sitting together and chatting with a few other women in the neighborhood. Sold another one? How could he bear to do that? Jiao Ma sighed. What's there to be sorry about? He has already sold 5 before. 1 more won't make a difference. I think the remaining 3 will be sold sooner or later, the old lady next door said. If they stay at home, they will be beaten to death by him sooner or later, the old lady sighed. Zheng Tan listened to their conversation. They were talking about a family in the neighboring village. The man wanted a son, but in the end, he gave birth to 9 daughters in a row. In addition, this man was addicted to gambling and felt that there was no use in keeping his daughters. One after another, he sold his daughters and often beat them at home. Now that he finally gave birth to a son, the remaining 3 daughters no longer needed to eat or drink. Although birth control was the same for boys and girls, thousands of years of thinking could not be changed in a short 20 to 30 years. Moreover, many people were scoundrels. It was useless to talk to them about the law. The people around them did not have the heart to care about this kind of thing. They had probably seen too much and were numb to it. Listening to these women chatting, Zheng Tan suddenly thought of the little girl he saw today. He wondered if that child was one of them. Zheng Tan sighed in his heart. He lay on a bamboo chair and looked at the road not far away. There were some vegetable gardens on the other side of the road, and further away were the fields. Originally, he was watching the Jiao Yuan and the others catch fireflies on the other side of the road. Suddenly, Zheng Tan noticed a few people passing by. One of them sounded very familiar. Chapter 206. Zheng Tan stared at them nervously until they were far away. What were they doing here? Zheng Tan still remembered the phone call that person made at Tsinghua University. It didn't sound like anything good. Other people couldn't hear what they were talking about, but Zheng Tan could. However, they were only talking about unimportant things, and Zheng Tan couldn't make any meaningful conclusions from their conversation. Well, if it was really important, they wouldn't be talking about it here. There were so many people around. Regardless, Zheng Tan's nerves were tense again. Even if those people were far away, Zheng Tan was still worried. He decided to follow little Pomelo and the others closely for the next few days. Even if those people's target wasn't little Pomelo, Zheng Tan didn't dare to let his guard down. There were many perverts in this world, and it was always better to be on guard. Who knew if these people would suddenly come up with some perverted idea? Thus, Zheng Tan couldn't sleep that night. Even if Jiao Yuan caught some fireflies, they couldn't divert Zheng Tan's attention. Looking at the ignorant children, Zheng Tan felt depressed. It wasn't good to know too much. Early the next morning, Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo were still sleeping in. Jiao Ma didn't disturb them. It wasn't easy to get a good night's sleep in summer. Zheng Tan jumped onto the roof and looked into the distance. Most of the people in the village woke up early to do more work before the temperature rose. The Gu family's house was still a tiled house with a pointed roof, but the residents next door had built a 3-story building. It looked pretty good. There was a kitten on the second-floor balcony next door. It was about 2 months old and was happily playing with a walnut. Zheng Tan jumped onto the railing of the second-floor balcony next door. The kitten was startled, but soon began to play with itself again. The window of the room on the second floor near the balcony was open. Zheng Tan could see the situation in the room from the railing. It seemed to be a boy's room. There were some toys like robots and artillery. There was also a 5th-grade language homework on the table. "Big sister, what do you slap on your face every day?" A boy's voice came from another room in the house. It was the boy who caught fireflies with Jiao Yuan yesterday. Country bumpkin, this is called toner. The female voice said. At the same time, there were also slapping sounds. After a while, the boy walked into the room with a conflicted expression. He didn't have much of a reaction when he saw the black cat standing on the railing. He sat in front of his desk and flipped open his summer homework. He had homework assignments every day, and he was not allowed to go out to play until he finished them. Therefore, every morning after breakfast, he would immediately stay in his room to do his homework. In less than 5 minutes, the boy farted and ran out of the room holding his stomach. He probably went to the toilet. Zheng Tan was rather curious about what these children wrote in their diary and essays in their homework. Whenever he had nothing to do, he would flip through the diary and essays in front of little Pomelo. After all, it was not something private, and they were all about their daily lives. Jumping in through the window, Zheng Tan saw the place where the homework was opened. The boy was writing in the diary at the end of the day's homework. There, he wrote today's diary with a crooked pen. Every morning when I wake up, I can see my big sister slapping herself in the mirror. Zheng Tan couldn't help but laugh. This child was really funny. He raised his paw and flipped through the diary in front of him. If he hadn't flipped through it, he wouldn't have known that this naughty boy was quite diligent in writing his diary. He even recorded some of his past misdeeds. For example, on which day he dug a trap in the village, on which day he dug another one, on which day he dug another one, on which day some of the traps had already fallen into, and on which places no one had gone and had been left there. Zheng Tan didn't expect to find such a reward. He noted down the places where no one had fallen into the traps. He didn't want little Pomelo and the others to fall into the traps when they went there. Although it was a child's prank and didn't cause much harm, falling into a trap was not a good feeling. When he heard footsteps coming over, Zheng Tan flipped the homework back to its original place. He jumped out of the window and returned to the Gu family's roof. When he heard Jiao Ma calling him, he quickly went down to eat breakfast. Because the two children didn't have enough fun yesterday, old Master Gu took them to dig some earthworms today. In the afternoon, they went to the wild pond to fish for prawns. Zheng Tan stood to the side and watched for a while, then ran to other places to take a walk. Since Zheng Tan's performance yesterday was not bad, little Pomelo and the others didn't say anything. Actually, Zheng Tan didn't go for a walk because he was bored today. He wanted to see if the little girl from yesterday was still there. When he arrived at the place where he met the child yesterday, Zheng Tan didn't see her and was a little disappointed. Just as he was about to leave, he saw a figure walking over from afar. It was the little girl from yesterday. She was carrying the broken bucket from yesterday and carrying the broken scythe on her other shoulder as she walked over. However, when she got closer, Zheng Tan noticed that there were some new scars on the child's body. They were too obvious and couldn't be ignored even if he wanted to. No wonder she looked like she was having a hard time walking today. When the little girl saw Zheng Tan, she didn't have the same murderous intent and hostility as yesterday. Instead, she looked surprised and strange. She paused on the spot, then continued to walk forward. When she came to the place where she fished for prawns yesterday, she took out a wooden pole, tied the earthworms to it, and placed it in 3 places. Zheng Tan was curious why the little girl's attitude towards him had changed. He didn't get closer. Sensing the movement of the pole not far away, he looked at the little girl who was squatting there, thinking about something. He glanced around, bent his claws, picked up a small piece of soil, and threw it in that direction. The little girl, who was thinking about something, looked over when she sensed the movement. She saw the black cat that she thought was very strange. She saw the black cat look at the place where the pole was placed, then get up and walk over there. Zheng Tan retreated a few meters and watched the little girl guard the pole for a few seconds, then pick up a small prawn. After putting down the pole again, the little girl looked at Zheng Tan with a complicated expression, then walked over to the other pole. Zheng Tan saw that the little girl didn't have any resistance. Anyway, he had nothing to do. Seeing that she was pitiful, he helped to keep an eye on the other two poles, so that the little girl wouldn't keep walking. Didn't the scars on her legs hurt? So, gradually, the man and the cat formed a tacit understanding. The little girl guarded the pole on the far side, and Jiangtan helped to keep an eye on the other two poles. Anyway, the distance between the two poles wasn't far, so it wasn't difficult for Jiangtan. Once there was movement, Jiangtan would pick up a small stone or a small piece of soil and throw it over, indicating that there was a prawn on her side that was about to take the bait. The little girl's bad mood from being beaten up improved a lot. She looked down and saw an old prawn approaching the earthworms. The corners of her mouth curled up. This old prawn looked meaty, and there was meat in the big pincers. She was lucky. Just as she thought of this, a piece of soil was thrown over and hit the little girl lightly. Then, it rolled down the slope of the shore and fell into the water with a splash. The old prawn that had just started to use the pincers to catch the earthworms disappeared with a whoosh, leaving only ripples on the water. The little girl was speechless. Rubbing her forehead and sighing, the little girl helplessly looked at the black cat that was not far away from her. It was raising its front paw and was ready to throw the second piece of soil. She got up and walked over. After fishing up the prawn, the little girl looked at the finger-sized prawn that was tightly holding the earthworms. She took it down and twisted off the prawn's head. Before Jiangtan could see it clearly, there was a white and tender prawn ball in her hand that looked a little translucent. This action showed that she often did this kind of thing and was very familiar with it. After peeling the prawn, the little girl threw it over to Jiangtan. Jiangtan looked at it with disdain, then walked to the pole and continued to stare at it. The little girl was puzzled. Why didn't this cat eat it? She remembered that the big tabby cat next door ate it, and the cat at the village entrance also ate it. But this cat just now, its eyes were filled with disdain, right? Did it think that this one was too small? But that shouldn't be the case. Usually, when she cooked the prawns, if a cat came over, it would pick the small ones for her. She couldn't bear to part with the big ones. No matter if it was raw or cooked, the cat would eat it. Why was this black one different? Shaking her head, the little girl decided not to dwell on this problem. If it didn't want to eat it, then so be it. At least it could save some food. Black charcoal, little Pomelo's voice came from the other side. Jiangtan didn't guard the pole anymore and ran back. Little Pomelo didn't sound like she was in danger. She was just asking Jiangtan to go back. Black charcoal? What a terrible name. It's not even as good as Big Black in the village, the little girl whispered as she watched the black cat disappear. Looking at the other two poles, he sighed and got up to look at the poles. Running back to little Pomelo's side, Jiangtan heard the Jiao Yuan bragging to old Master Gu. How was it? I told you that black charcoal would definitely come back immediately. Little Pomelo turned on the kettle and took out the lid to pour Jiangtan some water. She was afraid that Jiangtan would be thirsty on such a hot day. Jiangtan was proud. His child was indeed the best. Old Master Gu curled his lips and thought to himself, it's just a cat. Look at how much you spoil it. But old Master Gu could only keep it to himself and didn't dare to say it out loud. He didn't want little Pomelo and the Jiao Yuan to be dissatisfied with him because of this matter. After drinking the water, Jiangtan stayed there for a while before running to the little girl's side. She was also drinking water, but she wasn't using a kettle. Instead, she was using a mineral water bottle. It seemed that she had been using it for a while. In the following days, little Pomelo and the others went out to fish for prawns, and Jiangtan took some time to help the little girl keep an eye on the poles. The little girl seemed to go to the wild pond to fish for prawns every day. However, when little Pomelo and the others didn't go out, Jiangtan also stayed in the house. One day, old Master Gu took little Pomelo and the Jiao Yuan to watch others fish. On the way back from the fish pond, they passed by a fork in the road and Jiangtan saw the little girl. They hadn't seen each other for a few days. The child's old injuries hadn't healed, and now she had new ones. Even if her bones couldn't be healed, this kind of physical pain was too much for a 10-year-old child. Little Pomelo saw that Zheng Tan seemed to be familiar with the little girl. She looked at the little girl's clothes and the injuries on her body. She took out a few milk candies from her pocket and gave them to him. Because of Zhao Lu, the Jiao family never lacked snacks. They didn't even need Jiao Ma to buy them. Every once in a while, Zhao Lu would have someone send food over. They couldn't even finish eating. Before the summer break, Zhao Lu had sent over a few big boxes of milk candies, and they were all high-end goods. The Jiao Yuan had already brought them over. Because the weather was too hot, they only brought a few with them when they went out. Little Pomelo only ate one today and gave the rest to the little girl. She felt that the person Zheng Tan knew should be a good person. The little girl looked at little Pomelo and the black cat standing next to little Pomelo with a complicated expression. She said, "Thank you," and left. Zheng Tan looked at Old Master Gu's expression and knew that he probably knew something. However, when little Pomelo and the Jiao Yuan asked about it, Old Master Gu didn't say anything. He was afraid that it would affect the two children negatively. That night, when Zheng Tan was outside enjoying the cool breeze, he overheard Old Master Gu and Old Madam Gu talking about the little girl in low voices. He knew that the child was indeed born in the family of the person they were talking about. She was the 9th child and the youngest of the 9 girls. It was their misfortune to have a father who favored boys over girls and would hit and scold them whenever he was unhappy. Zheng Tan also heard from Old Master Gu that the child would be sold by her father sooner or later. Luckily, she had 2 older sisters. Once the 2 older sisters were sold, it would probably be her turn. Chapter 207. Although it was hot in August, there were also times when it rained. Zheng Tan squatted in front of the window and looked at the scenery outside. A toad the size of a fist calmly crawled from one side of the cement road to the other side of the road not far from the door. The croaking of frogs could be heard everywhere outside. Little Pomelo was lying on the table drawing. The electric fan had also stopped. The wind outside the window was humid and cool. Zheng Tan looked in the direction of the wild pond. He didn't know where the little girl would go today. Recently, little Pomelo and the others only went there to fish for prawns every few days. They didn't run to the wild pond every day. However, Zheng Tan went there to help the little girl when he had time. On sunny days, the little girl would fish for prawns at the wild pond. On rainy days, she might be catching frogs. The little girl looked thin and weak. 2 days ago, Zheng Tan saw her use a broken part of her sickle to kill a snake as thick as a finger. At that time, the child didn't show any fear. Her expression didn't even change much during the whole process. To be honest, there was a little excitement in her eyes. Snakes were also meat. Zheng Tan looked at her. The little girl was probably used to it. Who knew how many snakes she had killed with that sickle? She was brave enough to be stronger than the average child. After the rain stopped, Zheng Tan went to the wild pond the next day. After waiting for a while, he saw the little girl walking over with the equipment. Seeing Zheng Tan waiting there, the little girl's frown eased and she quickly walked over. Although it had just rained yesterday, the temperature quickly rose once the rain stopped. In addition to the sun in the morning, many places were not so wet. In another day or two, some of the dirt roads that people often walked on would be as dry as they were a few days ago. They tied the earthworms, set the rod, and then divided the work. After 2 or 3 hours, they could still catch some. However, the wild pond was only so big. After fishing for so long, the harvest was not as good as when they first started. The little girl left the wild pond at 6 o'clock in the evening every day. Zheng Tan couldn't do it. He had to go back around 5 o'clock. Otherwise, he would have to listen to Jiao Ma's nagging again. Zheng Tan didn't need a watch. He could estimate the approximate time by looking at the sun above his head. The little girl also knew that the black cat would have to return every afternoon at a certain time. But today was different. Zheng Tan was looking at the rod, staring at the string. When there were prawns, the string would tighten, and the larger prawns would even pull on the rod. Seeing a shrimp clamping an earthworm, Zheng Tan motioned for the little girl to come over. After hooking up the prawn, the little girl didn't put the rod down again. Instead, she put the fish away. So early today? Zheng Tan was puzzled. After tidying up, the little girl asked Zheng Tan to follow her. Although he didn't quite understand what the little girl wanted to do, it was still early. Zheng Tan followed her. Walking to a small forest area nearby, the little girl hid the wooden rod to prevent other children from taking it away. Then she quickly disposed of the prawns in the bucket, leaving only the prawns and some big clamps. The rest was thrown away. This way, she could save a lot of energy. In the forest, Zheng Tan saw that person again. There were 3 people walking by together. Zheng Tan hid in the grass and stared in that direction. He also pulled the little girl who was cleaning up the prawns, indicating that she should hide. Seeing the black cat so vigilant, the little girl thought that something dangerous had happened. She didn't care about the prawns and immediately hid behind the bushes. She lay on the ground and looked in that direction through the gaps in the bushes. After the 3 people left, Zheng Tan's tense muscles relaxed. Who are they? Did they beat you? The little girl looked at Zheng Tan in confusion. Huh? The little girl didn't know them? Previously, Zheng Tan thought that the little girl's sisters had been sold to these people by their father. But now it seemed that it was different from what he had imagined. If they were sold to these people, the little girl shouldn't not know any of them, right? For a moment, Zheng Tan really couldn't think of a reason. After leaving the place where the wooden rod was hidden, the little girl took Zheng Tan a little further away and stopped near an orchard. There was a metal net around the orchard, so it was probably heavily guarded. There was a small stone bridge here, but the original stream under the stone bridge had been dried up for many years and was overgrown with weeds. Moreover, it seemed that people didn't often come here. The little girl slid down the slope and parted the grass. There was a hole inside. Zheng Tan watched as she took out some things one after another, including a small aluminum pot. There were some green bricks near the edge of the stone bridge. There were burn marks on the bricks. Zheng Tan watched as she placed the bricks in an N shape. Then, she placed a small aluminum pot on top of the bricks. She placed some hay and firewood in the crack at the bottom. She lit the firewood and began to cook the prawns. It was very simple boiled prawns. Zheng Tan didn't have any appetite, but the little girl seemed to be staring at something delicious. After cooking, the little girl handed Zheng Tan a prawn ball. Zheng Tan didn't eat it, so she finished it all. After eating, she put everything back in its original place. The little girl told Zheng Tan that this was her secret base. She would come here most of the time when it was time to eat and would only go home to sleep at night. When she mentioned going home, there was disgust in her eyes. It was almost dark, so Zheng Tan couldn't stay here all the time. After Zheng Tan had left, the little girl walked to another spot and parted the bushes. There was a wide-mouthed glass can inside, and the candies that little Pomelo had given her were stored inside the glass can. She had already eaten 3 candies. Looking at the remaining 2 candies, she sighed. After hesitating for a while, she picked up one of the candies and carefully tore open the wrapping paper. After taking out the candies, she tidied up the plastic wrapping paper and placed it inside the can. There were already 4 wrapping papers stacked inside. With the candies in her mouth, the little girl leaned against the slope and lay down. The milky and sweet smell of the candies made her like it so much that her eyes narrowed. At night, Zheng Tan was in a bad mood and couldn't sleep, so he went outside to pee. He wasn't used to using the toilet, but seeing that many children here directly found a place to pee, Zheng Tan also went to a place where there was no one to pee secretly. Zheng Tan jumped out of the window and ran out of the backyard. he didn't want to go near it. Anyway, he couldn't sleep now, so he ran further away to pee. Zheng Tan didn't find it very quiet at night in the village. The sounds of insects and frogs were constant, and occasionally, dogs barked. In the night, Zheng Tan's movements were not blocked. Sometimes, he would run into cats raised by other people in the village. Some of them provoked him, but Zheng Tan wasn't in the mood to pay attention to them. Enjoying the night breeze, he walked for a while and then found a place to pee. As Zheng Tan was peeing, his ears twitched. Someone was coming this way. Originally, he didn't want to pay attention to it and go back after peeing, but the sound made Zheng Tan stop in his tracks. It was really fate. He met this guy once during the day, and now he met this guy again at night. Zheng Tan hid in a corner and waited for the people to come closer. Only 2 people came over. One was the person Zheng Tan knew who he had pushed into the artificial lake, and the other was probably a villager here, with an accent. The 2 people reeked of alcohol, and their conversation was all about the gossip in the village, with some dirty jokes. However, Zheng Tan noticed that the villager called the person next to him, Snake Head. Zheng Tan didn't hear them talk about some of the core issues, and he was a little disappointed. However, it was rare to run into someone who was drunk. Zheng Tan was in the right place at the right time at the right time. If he didn't teach Zheng Tan a lesson, he wouldn't be able to feel at ease. Thinking about it, Zheng Tan suddenly remembered something written in the diary of the guy who lived next door. According to the description, there should be a trap around here. Zheng Tan quietly ran in front of them from the side. Following the dirt road, there was a fork in the road. According to the guy's diary, behind the house of the 4th last house, there was a hole in the backyard between the fence and the dirt road. They didn't dare to blatantly dig a hole on this dirt road. They would be beaten. Digging not far from the roadside, some villagers turned a blind eye. Anyway, they only walked on the dirt road. As for the side, it was obvious that there was a hole there, and even weeds didn't grow. However, in the middle of the night, especially after drinking, their consciousness was not so clear, and they couldn't see or remember the obvious trap. Zheng Tan easily found the trap. It was about 3 or 4 meters away from the dirt road, and there were a lot of weeds around. It could be seen that very few people came here. The trap dug by the children was very simple. They dug a square pit about half a meter long, and then put a few thin wooden sticks on it, and covered it with some grass. Zheng Tan also smelled the stench coming from inside. He guessed that the children would pee here from time to time. Otherwise, if it was just a hole, it would be too simple, and they would have dug it in vain. Zheng Tan tested the carrying capacity of the thin wooden stick. If he stood on it, he would definitely fall, let alone an adult. The 2 people were getting closer and closer. Zheng Tan hid on the other side of the dirt road, which was different from the trap. Although he had drunk, Snake Head still had his vigilance. He kept feeling that someone was watching him. He held the flashlight and shone it around. Other than a few jumping insects, there was nothing else. Could it be that he drank too much? What's wrong? The villager who was talking excitedly saw Snake Head stop and asked. Nothing. Snake Head shook his head and continued to walk forward. The villager didn't mind and continued with what he was about to say. However, Snake Head still had a strange feeling. Caw. A soft sound came from the side. Who? Snake Head looked in the direction of the sound. However, when he shone his flashlight over, he only saw the wooden fence of the vegetable garden in the backyard of the family. The villager was about to say something when Snake Head raised his hand to stop him. The hand that wasn't holding the flashlight pulled out a dagger from his waist. He first looked in the direction opposite the wooden fence to make sure that no one would sneak an attack from behind. There was no place to hide. Only then did he turn around and walk towards the vegetable garden. There were many places to hide there, such as the outhouse and a simple wooden shed. Zheng Tan hid in the grass. The grass at this height indeed couldn't hide a person, but it was just enough to hide a cat. At the same time, Zheng Tan sighed in his heart. This person's vigilance was indeed very high. Last time, he had been able to push him into the lake mostly because of luck. However, this was just right. He had only thrown a piece of dirt in that direction, and he had gone over. At the same time, from another perspective, did this mean that this guy had done something wrong, so he had to be more careful? When the villager saw this, he swallowed his saliva and looked around. It was pitch black. He couldn't even see a meter away from him. Only the area illuminated by the flashlight could be seen more clearly. He didn't bring a flashlight. He followed Snakehead, but he didn't dare get too close to him. What if he hurt himself? Zheng Tan watched as Snakehead approached the trap. However, Snakehead's path was slightly off from where the trap was. If he walked straight, he would probably be able to walk right past the edge of the trap. Snakehead felt that there was definitely someone hiding around. The feeling of being watched wasn't an illusion. No matter what, it was better to be vigilant. Pooh! There was a slight sound from the wooden shed. Snakehead tightened his grip on the dagger in his hand and walked a few steps in that direction. He deviated from his original path and said to the wooden shed, "Come out. I see you." Before he could finish the word "you," Snakehead felt a strong force coming from the back of his waist. This time, Snakehead wasn't directly pushed down. He only moved 2 steps to the side to dodge out of reflex. Under normal circumstances, he would have been able to stand firm. Unfortunately, the place where his feet landed made a few cracking sounds. His feet sank, and his entire body fell to the side. Snakehead knew that the villager was standing not far behind him. He had also confirmed that there was no one else in the area behind him, so Snakehead didn't pay too much attention to his back. However, such a situation still happened. When he fell, Snakehead was still cursing in his heart. F***ck, this is the second time. Other than that time when he was pushed into the lake for no reason at Tsinghua University, this is the second time he's been hit for no reason at all. What the hell is going on? Chapter 208. Snakehead had sprained his ankle. Because it was summer, he was wearing cropped underwear. When his foot sank in, it was cut by a few broken tree branches. The trap was not deep. Snakehead had only sunk up to his knees, but there were all kinds of filth inside. There was rotten melon pulp, other household trash, and the smell of urine. Snakehead's anger soared, but now was not the time to flip out. He did not care about the injury on his foot. He held the flashlight steady and held the dagger, trying to find out who was going against him. The villager standing not far behind Snakehead felt that something had brushed past him. Goosebumps rose on his body, especially when he heard Snakehead say that he was possessed. He felt a chill run down his back. I really didn't see anything just now. I just felt a little cold. The villager shivered. He actually believed in ghosts and gods, and he had done some bad things for Snakehead. Now that he thought about it, he felt guilty. He felt that he had been targeted by some dirty thing. Snakehead had made a lot of noise when he stepped into the trap. This family had a dog at home, and it was barking. Zheng Tan decided to add fuel to the fire. After he pushed Snakehead, he quickly ran into the vegetable garden. The distance between the fence was just enough for him to cross, so he did not need to jump. He found a stone from the surroundings, and before Snakehead noticed him, he threw it fiercely at the family's window. Pa! The sound of glass shattering rang out. The dog inside barked even louder, and the lights in the house lit up. The back door creaked open, and a big, sturdy dog rushed out. It easily jumped over the fence and bit at Snakehead. It bit the arm that was holding the knife. The dagger fell to the ground. Ah! A scream disturbed the silence of the night. Zheng Tan was hiding beside the wooden shed. He wagged his tail. It was painful to listen to. Damn it! The dog must have had similar experience in catching thieves. It was too fast when it charged over. There was no hesitation when it jumped over the fence to bite the man. It was unclear whether it had bitten the man's arm that was holding the knife by accident or on purpose. In any case, Zheng Tan thought that the dog's bite was a good one. The owner of the house who had rushed out with a hoe was murderous. He thought that a thief had come, but after taking a closer look, he recognized the villager with snake head. After listening to him explain for a long time, he realized that it was a misunderstanding. However, the dog had bitten. As for the trap, it was dug by the children in the village. Many people knew that it had nothing to do with him. The owner of the house was also a tough character. After seeing Snakehead's dagger on the ground, his expression became worse. How could he take responsibility? In the end, Snakehead could only blame himself for being unlucky. Zheng Tan took the opportunity to slip away while they were arguing. The dog barked at Snakehead and did not look anywhere else. With the cover of the night, no one noticed Zheng Tan, so it was easy to slip away. The next day, Old Master Gu took the two children to a friend's place to see turtles. He planned to buy a few turtles for the children to play with. When the time came, they could bring them back to Chuhua City to raise. Anyway, these little turtles did not take up much space. Before leaving, someone came to look for Old Master Gu. Thus, the plan to go out in the morning was pushed to the afternoon. There was nothing to do in the morning, so little Pomelo was drawing. Zheng Tan looked at it. It was a drawing of the little girl carrying a broken bucket and a sickle. I heard that she is often beaten. She is so thin. Will she get sick? Little Pomelo said to Zheng Tan, who was lying on the table, as she drew. After drawing, little Pomelo thought of something and asked Zheng Tan, "Do you know where she is?" Zheng Tan thought for a moment and nodded. Although he did not know where the girl was now, it was enough to know where she would go. Zheng Tan rarely played dumb when he was alone with little Pomelo. Anyway, little Pomelo would not talk nonsense outside, so sometimes he had to express his meaning more directly. Little Pomelo got down from the chair, rummaged through her bag, and took out a bag of candy. It was unopened, and there were about 20 pieces in each bag. "Give this to her. I still have a lot." Little Pomelo looked at Zheng Tan expectantly. Zheng Tan nodded again. He quite agreed with little Pomelo's way of doing things. That girl's life was really distressing, and a bag of candy was not something important to little Pomelo. Little Pomelo wiped the edges of the bag of candy with water and handed it to Zheng Tan. She knew that the black cat in front of her was sometimes a little misophobic and did not like to take things randomly. Zheng Tan ran out with the bag of candy in his mouth. He did not go to the wild pond. That girl was usually not at the wild pond in the morning, so Zheng Tan went directly to the secret base that the girl had taken him to last time. Not seeing the girl, Zheng Tan directly put the bag of candy in the place where she had hidden things and went back. Not long after Zheng Tan left, the little girl, who was tanned from the sun, came over. She glanced at the place where she had hidden things and knew that it had been rummaged through. Her eyes narrowed, thinking that someone had stolen something, so she quickly ran over and pushed aside the grass. What entered her eyes was a bag of candy, and the packaging was very familiar. She had just finished the candy last time. Last night when she went to sleep, she regretted that there was another bag of candy in her dream. She did not expect that there was really another bag of candy. She carefully tore open the bag, peeled a candy and put it in her mouth. Then she hid the rest of the candy and looked around carefully. Finally, she found a place where the cat's footprints were shallow. After a while, when the wind blew the dust away, the footprints would not be seen. In a good mood, the little girl decided to go home to see if there were any leftovers. At this time, the family should have finished eating. Then in the afternoon, she would go to the wild pond to fish for prawns. Just as she stepped into the house, the little girl found that there were guests in the house. She had seen these 3 guests before in the forest. The black cat was wary of these people, so they were definitely not good people. This is my family's little Jiu. Sitting on a chair and smoking a cigarette with a flattering smile, the man said as he pointed at the little girl who had just entered the house. He was the head of the household. Sensing that something was wrong, the little girl turned and prepared to run away. But before she could run out of the door, she was firmly held in place. On the other side, Old Master Gu took the two children to see the turtles. This farmer mainly raised turtles and turtles. Seeing that the two children liked them, the man planned to give a few Brazilian turtle seedlings to little Pomelo and the others. Old Master Gu waved his hand. He only wanted 2. He could not raise more. After all, they were children. The man also gave them a glass fish tank. Old Master Gu did not like to owe people. The two of them pushed back and forth. In the end, Old Master Gu stuffed 20 yuan to the man. "Hey, Uncle Gu, I really don't need 20. The man was about to continue, but after being glared at by Old Master Gu, he stopped talking. He shook his head and went into the house with a smile. When he came out, he took 2 bags of turtle feed and stuffed them into the glass fish tank. Without waiting for Old Master Gu to say anything, he left. On the way back, the 2 children played with the turtles as they walked, so they slowed down a lot. Zheng Tan stopped to wait for them. A toad jumped out of the grass. Zheng Tan had nothing to do, so he went over to tease it. The toad kept jumping forward. When it jumped into the grass on the side of the road, Zheng Tan pressed it to the ground with his paw. No matter how much it croaked, he did not let go. He thought to himself, "Let's see where you can jump to, little thing." After waiting for 2 minutes, Zheng Tan slowly let go of his paw. The toad immediately jumped away as if it was running for its life. It crossed the cement road and disappeared into the field on the other side. Zheng Tan was squatting in the grass, watching the toad disappear. A Santera drove over. It was likely that a truck had been hauling stones in the morning. There were some small stones scattered on the road. When the Santana pulled over, it slowed down to avoid the stones on the side and continued to drive. When the Santera bypassed the stones, Zheng Tan saw the person leaning against the window of the back seat. He also saw the person sitting in the driver's seat. The person in the driver's seat was smoking, and the window was all open. Zheng Tan saw the driver. Last time, this person was with the smuggler, so they should be in cahoots. The window of the back seat was half open because it was tinted. Only half of the person's face was exposed, but Zheng Tan still recognized him easily. The other party had also seen Zheng Tan squatting in the bushes. Why was the girl in the car? And with those people? When he heard what the girl said, Zheng Tan thought that they did not come to the village to buy children, but now it seemed that Zheng Tan was wrong. Without thinking much, Zheng Tan chased after the car. But how could a cat be faster than a car? Besides, the road was flat, there were no other cars around, and the car was driving fast. After bypassing the stones, the car began to accelerate, as if in a hurry to leave, and soon left Zheng Tan behind. Zheng Tan could only watch helplessly as the car drove further and further away until it became a black dot and disappeared from sight. In the car, the girl, who was leaning against the window, moved her gaze back. Even when she was beaten up by her father, she did not cry when she knew that she was being sold. But now, her eyes were red, and tears kept falling. 10 years. She had lived in this village for 10 years. When she finally left, the only one who asked her to stay was a cat. The person who was responsible for watching her looked at the back window of the car and did not see anyone chasing after them. Then he looked at the girl next to her and thought that she was just a child who did not want to leave home. It was normal for a child to cry when taken away by strangers. She did not cry before, so they felt that there was something wrong with the girl. Now they were relieved. Zheng Tan lay on the side of the cement road and panted. The car had disappeared from his sight. He wanted to remember the license plate, but found that it was covered by a screen. He did not understand. Even if they wanted to buy children, didn't the girl have 2 older sisters? How could it be her turn so soon? When he returned listlessly, little Pomelo was calling Zheng Tan's cat name. From her voice, he could tell that she was very anxious. Seeing that Zheng Tan had returned, little Pomelo was about to say something, but she found that Zheng Tan's condition was not right, so she did not scold him. In the next few days, everyone noticed that something was wrong with Zheng Tan. He was usually so energetic, but now he was listless, as if he was not interested in anything. After going out once, he became even more listless and his appetite decreased. Old Master Gu said that he must have missed the female cats. He even specially borrowed 2 strong female cats from someone else's house. In the end, when the 2 cats saw Zheng Tan, they stayed far away from her. No matter what, they wouldn't get close to her. Even if they got a female cat in heat, they wouldn't get close to Zheng Tan. Jiao Ma wanted to take him to the vet, but Zheng Tan did not go. In order to reassure Jiao Ma and the others, Zheng Tan's appetite returned to normal, but he did not look as energetic as before. These few days, after Zheng Tan returned, he went to the girl's secret base a few times to make sure that she did not return. One night, when he was outside enjoying the cool breeze, he heard people talking about it. They sold another one so soon? I heard that they sold Little 9 this time. Little 7 and Little 8 are still around. Why did they choose Little 9? Who knows? Maybe they saw that Little 9 was the youngest and decided to buy it. Sigh, that child didn't even finish 1st grade, but I heard that her grades were good in school. That Little 9's temper is very fierce. She is completely different from her sisters. How could they sell her? A young voice sounded. What nonsense are you talking about? If you don't know, then shut up. An old man next to him scolded. Sigh, what a sin. Zheng Tan went to the neighboring village to find the girl's house, but he heard that her father had fallen into a fish pond the night before when he was drunk. He was rescued and sent to the hospital in town. His life was not in danger, but he had to stay in the hospital for a while. Zheng Tan did not hear any other useful information. The people in the village, including the girl's family, only knew that Little 9 had been sold. As for why she was sold to those people, they did not know. Chapter 209. Before returning to Chuhua City, Jiao Ma took the 2 children to the county town. Grandpa Jiao and Grandma Yang were living in the county town. She couldn't bring the children out during the summer vacation and not visit them, right? Zheng Tan was familiar with the house in the county town because he had been there on the National Day last year. Grandma Yang and Grandma Yang were very happy to see Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo. Grandma Yang had prepared the dishes in advance and insisted that the 2 children stay here for a few more days. Anyway, as long as they could make it in time for the registration, there was no need to go back so early. Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo didn't want to go out in the summer. Unlike Grandma Yang and Grandma Yang, Jiao Yuan was afraid of the heat. He spent most of his time in the air-conditioned room. He couldn't stand the heat with only an electric fan because the wind was hot. It was also good to stay in the air-conditioned room and play chess with little Pomelo. Zheng Tan didn't stay in the house. He felt bored and suddenly missed the feeling of running around in the countryside. The sun was a little low in the afternoon. Zheng Tan went out along the shady side of the road for a walk. Jiao Ma didn't force Zheng Tan to stay at home because she saw that Zheng Tan's mental state was not very good. Seeing Zheng Tan go out, Jiao Ma thought to herself, it's good to go out for a walk. As long as he recovers, he can do whatever he wants. Zheng Tan looked at the scenery and buildings on the side of the road. He remembered this place. He had been here once last year, but he didn't walk too far. There was a small stall selling cold dishes on the side of the road. There were quite a lot of people here. When Zheng Tan passed by, he heard a few people talking at the cold dish stall. They were talking about a burglary that happened in a newly built community not far away. Zheng Tan walked over to take a look. The neighborhood wasn't big. It was newly built, and the greenery wasn't particularly good. However, there were quite a lot of onlookers on this hot day. Some people who couldn't squeeze into the shade were holding umbrellas or using fans to cover their heads as they gathered there to discuss something. However, Zheng Tan did not plan to go in. There were 2 men in police uniforms squatting in the shade beside the guardhouse. Zheng Tan could hear their conversation. "We finally caught this guy. We didn't waste our time coming here under the sun. Brother Huang, do you think thieves nowadays can commit crimes in broad daylight? They are really bold." One of the young men who looked to be in his early 20s said. "The weather is hot, and no one goes out during the day. Everyone stays at home. This is a newly built neighborhood, and the neighbors are not familiar with each other. As long as there is no one in the house, a thief can just break in. No one will say anything if he moves a big color TV out. But I didn't expect that family to bring back a dog last night." Another middle-aged man in a police uniform took a sip from a mineral water bottle and replied. "I didn't expect such a small puppy to be so lethal. When I entered the living room and saw so much blood on the floor, I was shocked. I heard that the owner's friend asked them to take care of the dog. Now the family treats the dog as a hero and sent it to the pet hospital. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't leave here, they would have followed the dog to the pet hospital." Listening to the 2 policemen, Zheng Tan could roughly guess what happened. When there was a thief in the courtyard, Niu Zhuangzhuang was also fierce. But today, the hero dog that caught the thief was a Pekingese. Compared to the delicate Pekingese in the courtyard, this one was simply domineering. The topic of the 2 policemen gradually changed. Zheng Tan didn't plan to continue listening. He was ready to leave and continue walking, but he didn't expect them to talk about the Jiaoma's town. When he heard the words, "selling daughter," Zheng Tan stopped and pricked up his ears. "Hey, Brother Huang, didn't you work there before you transferred here? Do you know about this? The family that gave birth to 9 daughters in a row and then sold them one after another?" "Of course I know." Zheng Tan inched closer to her. "Really? No one cares?" The young man's face was full of disbelief. "Care?" The middle-aged policeman wiped the sweat on his forehead. "Yes, but it's a pity that one of them is willing to be beaten and the other is willing to be beaten. If you insist on taking care of it, you will be beaten back. Who is willing to be sold?" The young man didn't believe it. Being sold is actually better. Why wouldn't they want to be free from the cage? For them, even if they were sold to other people as wives, they would be starved and beaten at home. They might even have a good life. The man sighed and shook his head. "Beating children is very common in the village, but selling children is different. I was also a hot-blooded person. After listening to the gossip of the villagers, I went to take care of it. At that time, I thought that as long as the child admitted that she was sold, I would go all out and investigate to the end. Unfortunately, they didn't say anything. Even at the trial, they would still have the same story. Instead, I would be accused of something bad. Didn't you see that the villagers didn't care? Do you really think that it's just a threat from a hooligan like their father? Many people in the village don't care about hooligans at all. It's purely out of helplessness. What about the last one? I heard that the child has a stubborn temper. I heard from my uncle that the child will not be sold obediently. Then it's probably because the buyer is different." The man thought of something and his face turned serious. He said to the young policeman, "Don't ask about it in the future." Seeing that the young man obviously didn't take it seriously, the middle-aged man said, "I don't want to hear the news that you have been dragged to be fed to the shrimps." The young man's face changed, then he smiled and said, "Don't worry, I don't have that much free time." They had previously handled a murder case. The victim was thrown into a wild pond. When he was found, he was already eaten by shrimps. There was no progress in the investigation until now. In the end, it became a case with no leads. The topic of the 2 men quickly changed. Zheng Tan didn't need to continue listening. The middle-aged policeman obviously didn't work for nothing all these years. He probably knew some things. However, seeing that they didn't want to talk about it at all, Zheng Tan couldn't hear what he wanted to hear. He was even more suspicious. He had felt that it was strange before. Why did those people choose Little Nine? If it was really like what the villagers said, Little Nine's age and personality were not suitable to be sold as wives or other special jobs. However, they skipped over the two older sisters and went straight to her. This question remained unanswered until Zheng Tan returned to Chuhua City. Once home, the Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo went to work on the two turtles. Zheng Tan followed the Jiao Ma to the third floor to see the kittens. They were more than a month old and were much stronger than normal kittens. They were obviously bigger too. Peanut Candy was the same. The two kittens' destructive power was directly proven by the cloth sofa in Air Mao's living room. It was completely covered in a layer of fur. There were also many scratches on the tables and chairs. There were only two of them, but they were already in such a state. When Zheng Tan entered the door, the two were jumping up and down. When they saw the Jiao Ma, they growled and didn't seem afraid at all. However, when they saw Zheng Tan, the two seemed to be close. As for Black Rice, it was probably annoyed by the two. It was sleeping on Air Mao's bed in the bedroom. It didn't even bother to open its eyes. Only its ears moved, indicating that it was paying attention to its surroundings. The two were now eating some meat with Air Mao. They had a big appetite and strong stomachs. Perhaps it was because the Monseigneur gene was too powerful. According to Air Mao, Black Rice was starting to dislike them. I don't think these two will stay for long. Black Rice has been going crazy more and more recently. Air Mao sighed and pointed to their respective nests for the Jiao Ma to see. They didn't even stay in the same nest. During the day, they would play around and sometimes lick each other's fur. It seemed like they had a good relationship. However, if they stayed in the same nest, they would easily fight. This phenomenon wasn't obvious when they couldn't run. Now that they could run and jump, the more they grew, the more obvious it was. Zheng Tan was silent. It seemed that it was because of the Monseigneur gene. Where do you plan to send these two? The Jiao Ma asked. I think I'll send them somewhere far away. Air Mao was a little reluctant. After all, it had seen them grow so big day by day. It didn't feel good to suddenly send them away. Air Mao had thought of sending them to Celestine or Walnut or some other familiar people, but who knew that these two would directly reject it? Being able to get along with cats didn't mean that they were willing to raise them. The Jiao Ma and Air Mao sat on the sofa and chatted. Zheng Tan watched the two kittens play around in front of him. Although they still looked young, when they were playing around, they looked quite fierce. Moreover, when Zheng Tan listened to their low growls, he found that these two's growls were different from the ones in the pet center. Zheng Tan had worked with many kittens in the advertisement and knew their growls. Although different breeds of cats might have different growls, it wouldn't be like these two. Zheng Tan couldn't quite remember what Peanut Candy's growls were when he was young. After all, Peanut Candy was educated by Li Yuanba all day long at the pet center. Zheng Tan didn't have much contact with him. When he had more contact with him, that guy had already grown up. During these few days at home, Zheng Tan didn't go out too far. At most, he walked around the campus. When school started, Zheng Tan's life would return to the rhythm before the summer vacation. On this day, Zheng Tan decided to go to the construction site and take a look at the blind old man. Was the old man still sticking to his post on such a hot day? When he passed by Zhong Yan's neighborhood, Zheng Tan glanced at it. It seemed that Zhong Yan's house was empty. Zhong Yan, that guy, had directly soared to the sky in the college entrance examination this time. He was in the top 3 of the school and entered the capital university. This made the other members of his family very angry. After running around the construction site, Zheng Tan didn't see Zhong Yan. He guessed that he had already registered in the capital. It seemed that in the future, there would be one less acquaintance here. When he was about to leave, Zheng Tan heard someone calling his name. The voice sounded familiar. Zheng Tan turned his head and looked. A man in a blue vest and a hard hat ran over. It was the man called Brother Ning, who had helped Zhong Yan. "Hey, you are finally here again." Brother Ning took out 50 yuan from his trouser pocket and said to Zheng Tan, "Let's go. I'll buy you something to eat." Before Zhong Yan left, he specially told me that he would treat you to a good meal when you come over. He even gave me the money. Brother Ning said several words in a row. Then he suddenly remembered that he was just facing a cat. Did it understand what he was saying? However, the black cat didn't leave. Brother Ning lifted his feet and walked forward. After 2 steps, he turned back and saw that the cat was indeed following him. He muttered in his heart, "This cat really understands what I'm saying. No wonder it is a cat that the top student knows." Zheng Tan followed him and saw that Brother Ning stopped in front of a restaurant that sold boxed lunches. He picked some meat and fish. After paying, Brother Ning turned back and was about to say something. However, he found that the black cat, which was squatting next to him, ran away quickly. Zheng Tan was indeed waiting for Brother Ning to buy lunch. Not far from them was a bus stop. When Zheng Tan inadvertently glanced over, he found that among the people who had just got off the bus was the driver of the Santala. Chapter 210. The man looked in a hurry, as if there was something urgent. When he got off the bus, he almost knocked down an old lady. He was scolded by several young people next to him, but he didn't care. He just walked on his own and quickly left the platform. Zheng Tan followed closely behind. He felt that if he could see Xiaojiu, maybe this was the last chance to help her. If he missed this chance, he may never see her again. Because he often wandered in this area, Zheng Tan also had some understanding of the surrounding layout, especially the places that had been demolished or were about to be demolished. The direction of the man in front of him was a private residential area, which was not included in the demolition area. At least, this area would not be moved in the next few years. Although there was no construction site nearby, there was a road construction nearby. During the day, the thump-thump sound was constant, which was annoying. In addition to the noise, there was also air pollution. The residents around were wearing masks and hats. They came and went in a hurry, for fear of staying here for a long time. Zheng Tan watched the man take out a tissue to cover his nose, quickly walked to a house, and took out the key to open the door. "Live here?" Zheng Tan looked around and didn't see the Santala. It was estimated that the car was not parked here, or it had been disposed of. Otherwise, the man wouldn't have squeezed into the bus. Looking around, the anti-theft window was well installed. It was too close, Zheng Tan couldn't squeeze in. He wanted to find the kitchen, but he couldn't find it. However, Zheng Tan found the toilet on the first floor. How many times had he searched the toilet? Zheng Tan sighed in his heart. He could smell the stench outside. He didn't know how long these people hadn't cleaned the toilet. It was estimated that it was dirty inside, but for the girl, Zheng Tan decided to endure it. The toilet was not the kind of window. There was only one ventilation fan, and it looked like it had been remodeled. It was estimated that it used to be a window, but it was later changed into this kind of ventilation fan. Did the people living here think that the ventilation fan could protect them from people? However, even if it could protect them from people, it couldn't protect them from cats. Zheng Tan jumped up and squeezed through the gaps between the fan blades. This was not the first time he had done something like squeezing through the ventilation fan, so he was very familiar with it. However, the fan blades were very dirty, and Zheng Tan's body was covered in a layer of dust. Looking inside the toilet, it was indeed very messy. Some of the tiles on the floor were already bald, and there were also some unknown yellow marks, which made Zheng Tan, who was a little bit of a clean freak, pull its ears unhappily. "Forget it, I'll bear with it for now." After shaking off the dust on his body, Zheng Tan walked to the bathroom door. The toilet door was only half closed. Zheng Tan listened to the movements outside the toilet. There were 3 people chatting, but the toilet was too smelly. Zheng Tan felt uncomfortable staying here. He looked around and saw that there was no one outside the toilet door, so he walked out quietly. There was a staircase between the toilet and the living room. Behind the staircase was a pile of junk. Zheng Tan was hiding behind the staircase. He was already dark, and the staircase was not well lit. It was full of junk. Even if someone walked by, it would not be easy to find. From here, he could not see the people in the living room. Zheng Tan could only listen to the sounds. There was a strong smell of smoke in the surroundings. The living room was filled with smoke. Listening to the sounds, Zheng Tan knew that one of them was Snakehead. However, from their conversation and tone, he could guess that Snakehead and the others were not in a good mood. The reason for their mood was that recently, someone had reported a group of people who were selling human organs. This had implicated Snakehead and the others. Although Snakehead had nothing to do with that group of people, the commotion this time was a little too much. It had hindered some of Snakehead and the others' transactions. Organ trafficking? These people were actually in the organ trafficking business. Zheng Tan was shocked. No wonder he felt that Snakehead and the others had a strange look in their eyes. From the 3 people's conversation, Zheng Tan could deduce some things. Snakehead and the others were donor intermediaries. They would purchase the kidneys of people who met the buyer's blood type through some channels. After receiving some orders, they would contact the donor and promise a certain amount of money. After arranging for the donor to do a physical examination and match, they would prepare for the operation. Whether or not they had money was one thing. Even if they had money, whether or not they could find a matching organ in time was another big problem. Therefore, more and more people were contacting intermediaries like Snakehead. As long as they could get a matching organ, they did not care how many tricks and dirty deals there were. Zheng Tan had heard of people who sold organs. He had even seen people who sold their livers and kidneys on the news. Listening to the way Smugglerhead and the others spoke and used some sort of slang, Zheng Tan felt that this group of people would most likely use some kind of forceful method for money. This time, what Snakehead and the others were worried about was that a certain organ trafficking gang had cheated the donor of a sum of money. They had even cut a little more during the resection operation. After the donor had found out, he had started to make a fuss. No one had expected him to be so daring. Not only had he attracted the police, he had also attracted a lot of media. Therefore, to Snakehead and the others, the situation had become even more tense. Later on, they also talked about Little Gio. They were not looking for Little Gio for organs, but for a certain order they had accepted. Someone had offered 2 million to find 5 people with ABRH-negative blood types. It would be best if they were children. When the time came, they would buy them back and raise them to set up a private blood bank. Last year's blood contamination accident had made this buyer worried. In comparison, he believed in the blood he had raised more. At least it was safe. They did not lack the money anyway. 5 people for 2 million. Even if they could only find one that met the conditions, they could get 400,000. This was very tempting to Snakehead and the others. However, the buyer had raised a lot of requirements. In the end, he even added that the blood type must be completely compatible and absolutely healthy. Otherwise, the buyer would not buy. These days, many people only had one child at home. They treasured it a lot. They could not even bear to donate their child's blood, much less sell it. Therefore, Snakehead and the others went to some towns and villages, or even more remote places to search. There were more families with several children there. After completing a few organ transactions in Chuhua City, they went to the surrounding counties and cities. Through some channels and connections, after a week of searching, the only one that barely met the conditions was Little Gio. As for little Jiu's two sisters who had not been sold, one's blood type was not completely compatible, and the other's body was a little sick. Their only younger brother would definitely not be sold. Therefore, they could only choose little Jiu. And little Jiu's shortcomings were that this child was too skinny. His appearance was not good. Therefore, these people had originally planned to raise little Jiu well for a period of time. When his appearance was better, they would send him to the buyer. Say, do you guys think we should develop the blood business in the future? Snakehead asked. In the past, they had also done things like human trafficking. However, later on, a nationwide arrest operation made them stop for a period of time. Later on, they heard that there was money to be made from selling organs, so they started this business. And this time, the order they received made them realize that there were quite a few business opportunities in it. Taking advantage of the fact that more people had not paid attention to these aspects and that the blood donation center did not have much rare blood type blood in reserve, they could make a few more profits. Even if the price was far less than this order, they could still make a few more profits. They would not complain about having more money. Zheng Tan was listening to these people's conversation from behind the stairs. He was so angry that he wanted to kick something. However, he was eavesdropping right now, so he could not make any noise. He could only suppress his anger. If little Jiu was really sold by these people, even if he did not have to worry about food and drink, once he lost his freedom, he would have to draw blood regularly. He would become a human-shaped blood bag. Who knew if this would affect his lifespan? As they chatted, they received a phone call. It was probably someone informing them of the development of the situation. Just in case, let's leave early. We'll leave today. Snakehead made a prompt decision. Don't forget whose territory we're in. They know that we've been warned once. If we still dare to do business here, yes, Snakehead is right. We'll leave tonight. I'll go get a car, another person said. Then I'll go to the clinic to change my medicine first. I'll also buy some food on the way. Snakehead extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray. He stood up and took a deep breath. He said to the person who went out to get a car, "Be careful. I keep having a bad feeling." The person who walked to the door glared at him. "You should take care of yourself. Don't get bitten by a dog again. If your arm gets bitten like that again, it'll probably be crippled." Snakehead frowned. Talking about dogs annoyed him. Furthermore, he did not like things that were out of his control. The two encounters with evil had always been a thorn in Snakehead's heart, but he had never been able to find a convincing explanation. "Sickle, you keep an eye on it," Snakehead said to the person who had just returned. "I know. What can that kid do? The surroundings are all tightly sealed. No one knows that we're here," Sickle said. "I'll take a shower and relax. I'm so tired from running around all day. Today, there was someone at the hospital who almost ruined everything. Because the donor side was also willing, they did not want to be discovered. When they saw that there was a commotion at the hospital, they were afraid. During the examination, the doctor asked a few questions. That person was too nervous. Sickle told him the correct answers in a stuttering manner. Fortunately, the doctor did not look into it in detail. Thinking about it now, Sickle felt angry. After Snakehead and that person left, the person nicknamed Sickle prepared to take a shower and relax. Then he would sleep. He still had to drive through the night. Zheng Tan hid behind the stairs and watched as Sickle walked to the kitchen. The kitchen had been converted into a bathroom. No wonder he could not find the kitchen outside. There was no smoke from the windows. They were all sealed up. After that person went in, Zheng Tan looked around the floor. He did not see any room that could be locked up, so he ran upstairs. There were 3 rooms on the second floor. 2 of them were open. Zheng Tan sniffed at the door of the tightly shut room. The girl should be locked inside. He tried to break the lock. There was no reaction. It was locked. Those people would not let little Nine move around freely. The crack under the door was too small. Even a cat's paw could not reach in. Zheng Tan could not greet the person inside even if he wanted to. Moreover, the door looked very sturdy. With Zheng Tan's ability, he would not be able to kick it open even if he broke his leg. If only Air Mao was here. It would be able to pry it open in less than half a minute. Key? Zheng Tan looked around the few rooms. He did not see it. Then he ran downstairs. These people should be carrying things like keys with them. When Sickle went in to take a shower, he left his jacket in the room. Zheng Tan searched Sickle's suit that looked worth some money and found a bunch of keys. Clearly, Sickle did not think that anyone would come in to steal the keys. If it was Snakehead, with his caution, he would probably take the keys directly into the bathroom. Suddenly thinking of something, he looked around. He did not see anything like a camera. Then Zheng Tan used his two front paws to hold the keys so that they would not make a sound when he ran. Then, Zheng Tan ran upstairs on his two legs.